you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
For life. There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game. Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I don't want reality. What? Right now. I don't want reality.
Jesus, I say that.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way.
It's hot.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Well, here we are again. Floating. As usual, somewhere between that little blue ball called Earth and that ever-familiar void called space. So much to do. So much to talk about. So much doom going on right now. Suppose better get right to it, chat. As always, remember to buckle up those seatbelts as these journeys can encounter some incredible dangers. That said, it is the holidays. If you haven't noticed, been making some little holiday-esque changes to the stream all over the place, as you will see throughout the evening. Even got a little snowman here to keep me company. Oh, and here we are, the office looking extra Christmassy, as you can see. Look at the Christmas cheer in here. It's out of control. It's out of control. Garlands. Christmas tree. Even a guitar-playing skeleton wearing a Santa hat. But we must tarry not and push forward, as we got a lot to do here today. But let's start it off with a little bit of Christmas cheer before we get on to the gloomier aspects of the stream. Cell phone mount, that's right. I finally decided to add a cell phone to that spot that's been sitting uncell phoned this whole time. Did catch. Time to start off in the United States. Everything's going fine.
Volunteers take time of their holiday schedule to ring bells for the Salvation Army. It is back again this year, and we had a few of our very own out there ringing the bells as well. Your reporter, Justin Adams, joining us live from the King Supers on Colorado and Yale. Justin, how's it going out there?
Oh, things are going well. You know, I'm prepared and ready to go. I have my sleigh bell right here, and also have a great friend of mine as well, Jennifer Faulkner. And Jennifer, number one, just the importance of being able to be out here and just seeing everyone give with the Salvation Army.
Right. Well, the Salvation Army appreciates everyone who donates this time of year. The funds we collect today and throughout the holiday are funds that we use to fund all of our programs in the Denver metro area and throughout Colorado. Housing, shelter, food, family support.
And so when you talk about this, obviously you see the red kettle rather. How long has this been around for?
Yeah, we've had the iconic red kettles since about 1891. It started
My
in
God,
San Francisco,
135 years.
by a fisherman.
Still haven't solved poverty yet.
Denver, since
The fact that that little red kettle has been going on for that long, just wow. Just wow. Now, you do have other options of donating, of course. If you see a Salvation Army kettle out there, totally your choice on donating to them. Same thing goes for donating to the Galactic News Network, of course, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. All sorts of great ways to donate galactically as well. Links in the chat and in my bios on YouTube and Twitch. Okay, let's keep it going. That's the twist. The twist is I was using that as a ploy to make a very quick, early galactic plea for holiday help. Now back to the important stuff. And actually, yeah. Speaking of important stuff, we got to get back to doing this. Here's a new-ish, or like sort of a return to an old an oldie but a goodie, wasn't that important. This is a time where we talk about shootings that weren't that important, didn't get a lot of media attention, and, you know, this is really all meant to be sort of in juxtaposition to what's been going on recently in the media. Let's start here in Seattle.
Also tonight, a man died after a shooting in Seattle's Inner Bay neighborhood last night. Police say that the victim in his 40s was found shot at the Salmon Bay Tiny Home Village on 15th Avenue West.
11,
so
12,
far, no arrests in this
13,
case.
14. There we go. 14 full seconds for that man who got shot. Unfortunately for him, he was neither a CEO nor most likely not a wealthy person living in a tiny home. So limited amounts of investigating for that guy, unfortunately. Not a multi-millionaire CEO of a public company, just a normal dude. So he gets 14 seconds on the local media and no current suspects or anyone under arrest. So that's good. That's good. They are clearly focused on the important stuff. Let's go here to NBC LA from a day ago, where a pursuit ended in a deadly crash in La Palma.
We begin at 3 with breaking news in La Palma, where a pursuit has ended in a deadly multi-car crash. Good afternoon, I'm Kathy Varr in for Annabelle Sedano. Roland Sproul is live in News Chopper 4 with more. Roland.
Kathy, a sad, senseless, and tragic accident here in La Palma after a pursuit suspect plows through this intersection, causing a 4-car chain reaction accident. You can see La Palma Police Department at the intersection right now. They've got the entire intersection completely cordoned off as this is now an investigation, a death investigation that killed one person in this accident. Now, this all happened around the 1 o'clock hour after two suspects, a male and a female, were engaged by Fullerton Police Department at the 2200 block of Malvern at an Albertsons. After they engaged those suspects, they fled from the location with Fullerton Police Department in chase.
So yeah, if you're not picking up what's happening here, two people were essentially at an Albertsons, a grocery store. I don't know the full extent of the details, but I believe they were stealing from the store. The cops were called, and what was most important was retrieving whatever stolen merchandise or getting these people arrested, not the safety of, I don't know, pedestrians or other people on the road. It's always priorities. You know, I've always got to look at these priorities. By the way, I can't remember who recommended putting the Santa hat on the skull in the fish aquarium, but I think it was a great idea, and I'm already loving it. Now, going into the holidays, New York City is a huge destination for people. And with that going on, well, Kathy Hochul has decided she has to deploy massive resources to protect people riding New York subways. How are they going to do that? Oh, I don't know. How about the military? How's that sound? Military with machine guns? How's that sound? Is that good for you? Do you feel safer yet?
New steps tonight to keep the subway safe during the busy holiday rush in the city. Elijah Westbrook covers transit for us. He's got more on Governor Hochul's announcement today.
The New York City subway system is busier than ever these days, with more than 4 million riders taking the train just last Thursday alone. Officials say it marked the highest number of riders on the subway since March 11th, 2020.
With this higher volume of visitors and riders, I'm announcing an additional 250 more National Guard
250
Wednesday
National
afternoon,
Guard
Governor
people.
Kathy Hochul made that announcement inside busy Grand Central Terminal. Her public safety initiative will bring the total number of National Guard members to 1,000. She says it's not in response to any specific.
Nothing about this feels fascist at all. You know, it doesn't feel like I'm watching sort of like some creepy movie. Have you seen What Happened to Monday? You ever seen that movie? It was a Netflix original from a while back. That's what this reminds me of. You know, it's almost like, you know, it's almost like we get in like internal checkpoints inside of our own cities with, you know, it's so great. This is exciting. I love seeing machine guns and assault rifles on the subway. That makes me feel safer, you know? I see that, I'm like, oh, thank God I'm safe. I wonder how much it costs 1,000 National Guard people per day. What do you figure that cost of that is? You gotta figure what do they get paid? $15, $20 an hour? At least 20, right? Like, you can't be making the same as McDonald's workers, right? $20, let's say $20 an hour. 8 hours a day per National Guard person. So what is that? $160,000 a day? Am I doing the math right on that? Okay. Let's get us talking about Luigi Mangione. But before we do that, I figured we would go here real quick, help segue us into this discussion. This is a new report coming out very recently, earlier today, 6 ABC Philadelphia. CVS knowingly dispensed massive amounts of invalid opioid prescriptions.
Illegal.
How great. Gotta make that money.
New this morning, the largest pharmacy chain in the United States is accused of filling unlawful prescriptions for opioids. The Department of Justice has filed a lawsuit against CVS for violating both the Controlled Substances Act and the False Claims Act.
Illegal.
The filing alleges that over the past decade, the pharmacy knowingly filed or filled prescriptions that were not valid or legitimate. It's also accused of filling dangerous quantities of opioids or prescriptions written by those known to be engaged in so-called pill mills. CVS has denied those claims.
38 seconds for this story. This should be a massive story right now. This is insane. How is this only 38 seconds on a local news station? CVS knowingly is the important term in this story. CVS knowingly fulfilling prescriptions, which, once again, knowingly invalid, illegal prescriptions being filled by CVS pharmacists with the knowledge of the higher ups, basically saying one thing is more important than the other. We all know which thing they think is most important. That paper. Good God. Meanwhile, Luigi Mangione being brought up on federal charges. Let's talk about some of those, but first, let's get it all going with Democracy Now! Ken Klippenstein. This was shocking to me when I saw it. Like, and the fact it shouldn't be, because he has actually really...
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at Democracy.
Like, Ken Klippenstein really has made huge moves journalistically. But I remember when he literally was just essentially like a Majority Report caller / like a guy who tweeted at the Majority Report to get Sam's attention, basically. All right, I'm being a little bit but you get what I'm saying. Like, he was not a super well-known dude at one time, and now over the years, It's just fascinating to see Uriah's on Democracy Now! And he was on somewhere else. I think he was on CNN recently too or something.
Now.org/give.
We turn now to look more at Luigi Mangione, the 26-year-old accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson as he walked to a shareholders conference in New York City on December 4th. Mangione remains in custody in Pennsylvania as he fights extradition to New York. He's hired the prominent lawyer Karen Friedman Agnifilo to represent him. She is the former second in command of the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. A defense fund for Luigi Mangione has already raised over $100,000 in the latest sign that he's become a folk hero to some. On Sunday, Senator Bernie Sanders appeared on Meet the Press and talked about why there is so much anger directed at the health insurance industry.
What you have seen rising up is people's anger at a health insurance industry which denies people the health care that they desperately need while they make billions and billions of dollars in profit. So killing anybody, shooting somebody in the back who's the father of two is outrageous. It is unacceptable. Nobody should applaud it. I know Senator Warren did not. But I think what we need to ask ourselves when we talk about health care is why we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people, why we have a life expectancy which is significantly lower than in other countries, why working class people die 5 to 10 years shorter than the people on top.
We're joined now by the investigative journalist Ken Klippenstein. He's broken several stories on the killing of the United Healthcare CEO. He was the first to publish Luigi Mangione's full manifesto. He also obtained leaked internal documents detailing United Healthcare PR campaign in response to the shooting. We welcome you back to Democracy Now!, Ken. When we say that you were the first to publish the manifesto, you weren't the first to get your hands on the manifesto. In fact, most media had their hands on it. Explain how you made that decision to publish it when they were withholding it.
That's exactly right. The major media outlets from the New York Times to the Post, CNN, ABC, all had their hands on this document, were sitting on it, sharing it with themselves socially, which I know from my friends at these various outlets, but refused to provide it to the general public. And so when I obtained the document and read through it, I didn't see any reason not to publish it. And so I went ahead, did that in response to what I saw as media paternalism at its worst. The judgment that this is safe for us to read, but it's not okay for the public to read.
Yep.
Ken, in that manifesto, what do you think were some key portions that were most newsworthy?
I think that the media really quickly made the decision and probably because they had their hands on a bunch of comment sections and were like, you know what? People can't see this, okay? We are the ones who must gatekeep this manifesto so as the peons can't possibly start getting any ideas over there about their place in the world.
That the public deserve to know about.
The overwhelming focus on the healthcare system as an institution. That's not, of course, to say that it's okay to kill somebody. I think that goes almost without saying to advance those goals. But to see in this the fact that it wasn't just a completely random act of violence, as in fact the major media repeatedly asserted it was. If you look at, there's one particularly egregious case by CNN in how they were trying to paraphrase the contents of the document, again, without providing the underlying document to the public to come to their own conclusions, saying that in this are the rantings and ravings of a crazy person. When you read through that document, which wasn't that long, but it's very clear from it that this individual was motivated by grievances about the healthcare system. And so that's why it's important to get that out to the public. I think that if you ask these major media outlets why they didn't do that, the explanations fall along roughly two lines. One is that it's not safe for the public to have this. It might inspire copycat killings. I think that's similar to saying, violent video games are going to cause children to shoot up schools. I'm very skeptical of that. But in addition to that, what I found in the course of my reporting on that document was that there were deals that were struck with law enforcement, which furnished this document to various media outlets in which they were essentially blackmailed into not releasing these records because they didn't want to alienate the sources that they depended on for not just this document, but other exclusives.
You also looked at how United Healthcare responded to the dam breaking on the immense anger directed at the healthcare industry after the killing of Brian Thompson. You've said the media is largely tone deaf. If you can go over the second information that you received, which was the internal documents of United Healthcare responding to this assassination and to the anger in particular at the healthcare industry that it unleashed.
Yeah, over the course of reporting on this story, I've interviewed probably a dozen United Healthcare employees who themselves were shocked and horrified at how out of touch not just the public-facing response, but the internal messaging to employees about this was. Something I didn't realize was the extent to which people working in these call centers, right up to management, not just low-level grunts, themselves are upset about having to deny claims and the way in which the industry conducts itself. And they felt as though, this is something I heard repeatedly in my interviews with them, to not acknowledge that as at least a part of this story is to overlook and to misunderstand what this is all about.
Yeah, and that's why they seemingly have been refusing to have anybody on to talk about the state of U.S. healthcare. And there's plenty of people who are, dealing with healthcare problems, people who are actively suing United Healthcare. They don't even want to talk about the fact that this guy was literally under investigation. For things like insider trading, all this other stuff. But the fact is, you just got to follow the money, right? I mean, the healthcare industry spends billions and billions and billions of dollars a year on advertising on all of these old school mainstream media networks. They've been their bread and butter forever because in many ways that they've already got their target audience sort of very much engaged, right? A lot, I think, the tendency of these networks is they have slightly older audiences, so it's perfect for them, and so for the longest time they have just been pumping out any and all healthcare related commercials. They're basically in bed together, right? I mean, the people who are running these networks know how much money they're making from this shit, right? And it's it doesn't take a genius to figure that one out as to why Jake Tapper struggles to keep a straight face while he's talking about all this stuff and not it's just ridiculous.
So they're getting their own internal messaging saying everything's fine. Much of this changed around Thursday or Friday when the New York Times chose to publish an op-ed by the CEO of United Healthcare's parent company, United Health Group, CEO by the name of Andrew Whitty. And it was only at that point, just a few days ago, that the tone sort of shifted towards I feel your pain, I understand that healthcare is far from perfect. But prior to that, there was very little in the way of recognition and acknowledgement of the public's anger, not just on the part of United Healthcare, but on the part of the news media as well.
And let's talk a little about how the other aspects that the corporate media has missed in this story. You delved into the legal problems facing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson before he was killed. Talk about the Hollywood Firefighters Pension Fund and the lawsuit that they had going.
Yeah, so in May, the Hollywood Firefighters Pension Fund filed a lawsuit against United Healthcare, the deceased United Healthcare CEO, alleging that he had engaged in insider trading and fraud in relation to a Justice Department investigation that was recently launched into the company for allegedly anti-competitive practices, which the then CEO Brian Thompson was aware of, had knowledge of, and did not disclose to either the public or investors.
Exactly. And that's a crime. Let alone all the things that the UHC has been doing that should be crimes. like using algorithms to deny people's claims without even having a doctor actually review them. All right, let's keep talking about this. Let's go here to CNN. Ugh, their coverage of this has been so bad. We have 20 likes already. That's so many likes.
Good afternoon. I'm Alvin Bragg, Manhattan District
hello,
Attorney.
Alvin.
I'm honored and privileged to be joined by Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest condolences to Mr. Thompson's loved ones and colleagues. His family deserves our respect.
Jesus
as they
Christ,
continue to
Alvin.
grieve.
Dude. We've already heard it. We've already heard this. I mean, how long has it been since this dude died? And the fact is none of these people want to talk about all of the people's families who are grieving currently, who are having to go through all sorts of stuff like losing their loved ones because of companies like United Healthcare. But no thoughts and prayers for them. No, no, no. Not right now.
Our work will never be able to undo the fact that a life was lost. We are here to announce that Luigi Mangione, the defendant, is charged with 1 count of murder in the first degree and 2 counts of murder in the second degree, including 1 count of murder in the second degree as an act of terrorism.
Oh,
for the brazen,
there it is.
Targeted, and
Terrorism against CEOs. That's what it is. It's terrorism against the ultra wealthy. How dare you? I mean, what group exactly is this terrorism against? It's certainly not nationalistic terrorism. It's not against the United States of America. It's not saying... It's not against the U.S. government. I know that much. And it's not against any, like, ethnic or religious minority or just any, like, specific group of people. It's about... I mean, it's insane that they want to do this, that they want to play the terrorism card in this moment. And we're going to talk about that more as we go on throughout all of this because it's fascinating. I think it's a horrible decision on their part. I don't think there's any way they're going to get that charge. There's no way that gets through. I mean, who here feels more afraid than they did before? What was it? When did it happen? What day was it? I can't remember now. Does anybody feel more afraid than they did before the day that Luigi Mangione shot that CEO? Aside from other CEOs. So what? Like there's 12 people in a nation of 360 million that are maybe slightly more afraid? And that's terrorism? Okay. It's interesting. I think that makes just about all acts of violence, all acts of aggression, terrorism as well. Everything is terrorism, everybody.
illegal. Meditated shooting of Brian Thompson, who, as you know, was the CEO of United Healthcare. This case was made possible by the collaborative efforts of the phenomenal public servants you see before you today, and so many others who are not here. I'm honored to lead the Manhattan District Attorney's Office and privileged to serve alongside Assistant District Attorneys Joel Seidman, Kristen Bailey, and Zachary Kaplan, who were working from the outset, hand in hand, with the greatest police department in the world. The chief of our trial division, Lisa Del Pizzo, and the deputy chief, Chris Prevost, provided sage oversight.
Okay, hold on. This is enough of the fucking press conference here that happened yesterday. Let's move it along to CNN's analysis of all of this. Ooh, Aaron Burnett's on the case. All right, Aaron.
Work here at home.
Luigi
Serious
Mangione,
journalist
now
Aaron
charged
Burnett.
with first-degree murder in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. A New York grand jury indicting him on what is a rare and serious charge in the state of New York. This specific way that they're using first degree is typically reserved for cases involving the killing of police officers or first responders and for serial killers. And it comes as a prison official tells our Jason Carroll that Mangione has met with his New York defense attorney, Karen Friedman-Agnifilo, visiting Mangione on Friday in the Pennsylvania prison where he's being held. We're also learning that his family still has not visited him. In fact, Mangione has not had any visitors except for his attorneys. Danny Freeman.
Well, if you're looking for confirmation, who said that back here? Somebody mentioned, I can't even, oh God, chat is moving so fast. So I think it's PB said it. But yeah, if you're looking for confirmation was whether or not Karen Agnifilo is going to be his attorney, that is a yes.
Out front, outside the prison in Huntington, Pennsylvania. And Danny, you're learning new information about what Mangione's life, what these days have been behind prison walls as he now faces these major new charges tonight.
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. We have updated information about Luigi Mangione's interactions with the outside world since he's been in prison, or better said, the outside world's attempt to interact with him since he's been behind bars behind me. As of today, per spokesperson for
that's what I forgot to do.
We've learned that Mangione has received 157 entries or deposits into his prison commissary account.
Yeah. Luigi's getting all sorts of donations from all over the world, but a lot of them are from America. But that's what I was gonna do. I totally forgot. I was going to give Medusa a Santa hat too. I gave the skeleton, as you can see, a Santa hat, but none for. Dang it. Yeah, Luigi Mangione has received 157, count 'em, deposits just to his prison commissary account alone. And that's not including his now 6-figure GoFundMe. Dude has clearly struck a chord with people.
Yeah. All right, Joey, thank you very much.
And Stacey, your take on the extradition, do these new charges, first-degree murder and terrorism, does that change any of this?
It really doesn't. What's going to happen when he appears in Pennsylvania, if he goes forward and waives or consents to extradition, I should say, then New York law enforcement will already likely be in the courtroom in Pennsylvania. He'll be processed out of the Pennsylvania system. He'll still have a hold from the pending charges in Pennsylvania, which will wait out indefinitely while New York addresses its case, and they'll transport him right back to New York and get him into an arraignment in front of the New York Supreme Court criminal, which is for felony indictments. The indictment is already handed up by the grand jury. They'll present him with that indictment and his attorney, and undoubtedly he'll enter a not guilty plea. But there's something I really want to point out here, which is highly unusual, and it's my opinion that the Manhattan District Attorney's Office has a bit overreached in this indictment. They were originally going to go forward with a murder 2 charge against Luigi Mangione, which is just having the defendant having the intent to cause death of another human being and the defendant being the cause of that death. They've now gone forward and enlisted this terrorism component to a murder 1 indictment, which means they presented evidence in front of the grand jury, which is a group of 24 people from the community, without a judge in place, just a district attorney and a group of 24 grand jurors who hear evidence. It is undoubted, or I believe that the DA presented that alleged manifesto to try to get this terrorism charge
added on as murder one, but they're going to have a harder time proving that in court for one reason, and I'll make it fast. This victim was shot in the back of the head, not in the front of the head, on a quiet sidewalk early in the morning in the dark, and it doesn't appear from a defense attorney's perspective that this was intended to be a terroristic type of murder.
Jake hates that.
One other thing I want to ask.
Can we please move away from whatever she was just saying right now? That's totally against the narrative. Oh, boy. Yeah, and let's not forget, also, that the guy in his written out manifesto said that he intended to kill one and only one person, chose not to use anything but the gun because of the fact that he felt that it would be the least likely to cause unintended casualties of innocent civilians. Not the sort of thing you hear terrorists say usually. In fact, targeting civilians, innocent people, is often, one of those things attributed to terrorists. And so it's going to be fascinating to see how that is somehow. They're going to drop it. My guess is they are going to drop that charge and ask the jury to focus in on one of the other lesser charges. I can almost guarantee it. I could be wrong. But I think when it becomes evident to them that that's not going to get that's not going to get the verdict they want, they're going to try and drop the charge. Because otherwise, then he gets a not guilty verdict on that. Oh, and that doesn't look good. That's not what you want. That's not what you want. You don't want to, you don't want to allege something like that, something that serious as a government, especially in such a high-profile case, and then have it come down not guilty. Now let's go to one more CNN piece. I am sorry, people. I could have done this better, but we have to go to another CNN piece. This is from earlier today, 11... Oh, actually, I guess this might have been yesterday.
International lead, we are now hearing from a one-time healthcare industry insider sharing what led him to resign from one of the country's biggest health insurance companies. This after outrage at the industry exploded in the wake of the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Wendell Potter, who worked in corporate communications at Cigna, has a new opinion piece in the New York Times on what he witnessed as a health insurance executive that made him quit. Wendell, thanks for joining us. You write about the fight for a seriously ill 17-year-old to get life-saving care. What happened that led you to leave the industry?
It was the use of something that's referred to as prior authorization. It's become something that health insurance companies are using even more frequently and aggressively than back then.
And that's the deny part of the deny, depose, all that. Like, it's like the prior authorization is the system set up to deny you coverage time and time again.
Year-old Natalie Sarkeesian had leukemia. She needed a liver transplant. She was really quite sick. But Cigna, at the very last minute, as a surgery was about to take place, decided it wouldn't pay for the transplant. And the family raised a big stink, and it became a big PR problem for the company. And Cigna relented. But sadly, so much time passed that Natalie got sicker, and she died just a few hours after Cigna changed its mind. This happens day in and day out, and I wanted to make sure that people have an understanding that that was a case that really.
Yeah, this is why people are upset. This is what makes healthcare in America so bad. And it is just it's these sorts of stories that just drive you up a wall. At least me personally, they drive me fucking insane. You know, insurance companies playing doctor, but refusing to actually put in the effort of looking over the files. And once they're actually poured over it, they're like, oh, well, okay, we were wrong. Our algorithm, our AI system that we have set up got it wrong. Here, oh, wait, she's dead. Oh, whoopsies. At least we make some money.
Resonated with the media, got a lot of media attention, but every day there are people in this country who face delays and denials of care. Their lives are shortened in many cases because of this, and it's all because over the last 30 years, our insurance industry has become for-profit. It wasn't that way even as recently as the mid-1990s, but now these companies are beholden to Wall Street, and as a consequence of that, they are making us pay a lot more out of our own pockets before our coverage kicks in, and they're second-guessing our doctors and standing between us and our doctors. And unfortunately, so many people are not getting the care that they need.
You also write about a consumerism strategy employed by the company. Explain that.
One of the things I was expected to do was to try to persuade the media, the public, politicians, employers, that the American public needed to have more skin in the game. We needed to pay more for our health care, not just through our premium.
Is it just me, or does Jake Tapper just look utterly bewildered by all of this? In a way that just feels like he's never done any effort into looking into any of this. And that he's just, been living on this, gold-plated healthcare all this time and has never had to consider what it would be like to be, a peasant and have to worry about what it costs to get, your teeth whitened or whatever sort of procedures he's getting over here. And honestly, I think it's fascinating that this is the first healthcare related guest they've had onto this goddamn network since this whole thing happened. And it's a CEO. He's not a current CEO, he's a former CEO, but that's the closest they've gotten so far to having somebody come on and talk about the plight of the U.S. medical system is a former CEO. It's like, how does that feel? Does that feel good for you? You pores? How's that? is that good for you?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right, well, here is this. This is from 11 hours ago, showing Luigi Mangione leaving Pennsylvania for New York.
Please stay back. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you once. Please get back.
Wendell's been screaming for a dozen years. Yeah, and I'm not coming at Wendell Potter. What I'm saying is, I'm coming at CNN for not being able to hear any voices aside from those of former CEOs. Right? That's all I'm getting at. Is a
big story right now.
There are plenty of people they could have had on at this point, and I'm glad that they finally had somebody on who's an advocate for change. But you get what I'm saying, right? It's like, if you're a regular person, good luck. Good luck having your story heard by CNN. They're not going to do the journalism on how you got denied care and your mom died, right? They're not going to do. They're not going to go after they're a big source of their funds. Come on, that's inconvenient. All right, let's quickly go here. Status quo outside the Mangione arraignment in NYC.
We're live? Hey, it's Jordan. I am live outside of the federal courthouse in New York City. There is a lot of press here and we believe that the arraignment for Luigi Mangione, the alleged shooter of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, the arraignment for him is inside. He was extradited from Pennsylvania here earlier today in one of the biggest perp walks I've ever seen. That was quite the perp walk.
The photo was insane.
Eric Adams, the mayor,
did we look at that
Army
earlier?
of Police had him walk.
I don't think we did.
We don't know. We think that some folks are going to be coming outside in a little bit. We don't know if it's going to be Mangione's lawyer or prosecutor speaking. But while we wait, smash the like button, share this live stream. While we wait, we have a nice woman out
Hold
here.
on.
Healthcare
Look at
Reform
this.
Now. What's your name?
Elena.
So tell me, obviously, a couple of elections ago, this was a big discussion. Then it went away. Now, obviously, it's come out. But what's been your response to this?
This is so
the horror
stupid.
Stories and how has the system affected you?
This is
So the horror stories, I think, have always been there.
you know how we've been talking about this ever. I've really been going in on this recently. I don't know why I decided it was so important, but I felt like it's been so necessary to talk about this sort of disparity that these different cases are getting. Like we looked at earlier, 15 seconds for that dude who got murdered in a tiny home village earlier. No arrests, no real police resources being used. But then this is just to walk the guy. This photo right here is just to walk Luigi to the courthouse. Eric Adams is there personally. You got 17 dudes with ARs, and then another dozen guys in suits and jackets. I mean, there's got to be 30 people here walking this man to the courthouse. He's already been caught. They got him. They got him. That's what an arraignment is. It means he's under arrest and he's being taken to the courthouse, right? I mean, why did they need dozens of people to walk this guy down the block?
It's just that our candidates in this election cycle just didn't talk about it at all. I think it's interesting because it's a part of all of our daily lives. Anyone who has health care, doesn't have health care, it doesn't really matter. You're affected by the system in some way, and generally it's negative. The outpouring of support for Luigi online, I think, is really interesting because it's such an interesting case because nobody condones murder. I think nobody really wants it to happen this way, but it seems like our representatives are not talking about it, and so it's a crucial moment where I hope something good comes out of this, even though someone was murdered, and we really, really didn't want it to happen that way.
Something I've seen is a lot of folks say we need to start kind of redefining what murder is, because these healthcare companies and AI they're deploying to deny more claims. I mean, United Healthcare, that's what Thompson was doing. A lot of people consider it murdering or shortening the life periods, but that's not how it's really discussed in the media.
Yeah, with a pile of paperwork. I think it's interesting. If you scour stories online, there are oncology nurses who say that this is kind of their day-to-day. They'll see people just dying because they're waiting on claims to be approved. And that's not even out of the norm. It's just not talked about, right? Because no one's really come out with it, and because there's lobbyists in government who really kind of own the narrative on this.
You mentioned, I thought it was interesting. I mean, Trump, we know, didn't run on a healthcare policy. Neither did Kamala Harris. We know Biden ran on a public option. As soon as he got elected, that went out the door. But I remember I was in Germany a couple of years ago talking to some folks, and other people in other countries, it's like not understanding a foreign language. They don't understand our system. They're perplexed because there it's just like, okay, I might have to wait for something less serious, but if I have an emergency, I go. There's no bill here.
Yeah. Well, here we have a different story. And I would love to sit around and listen to more of this interview. Honestly, it was a pretty good interview. That's one of the great things about Jordan's channel here, is that he's on the ground. Unlike people like CNN talking to real people, you know, it'd be nice if the people with all of the money and cameras and like employees and everything else would spend a little more time doing things like that. Really quickly, we'll just do this. The lawyer, Luigi Mangioni's new lawyer, came out. Oops.
So here's Luigi Mangioni's attorney coming out. She is about to speak.
We're going to respectfully decline to make any comment at this time. Mr. Mangioni appreciates everyone's support. Thank you so much.
Well, that's it.
So that was his attorney.
That's all she's got.
She is on crutches for some reason, and
right in front of her. She is on crutches for some reason. I'm saying it directly into her ear right now. Emma has beef with Jordan. You know, I think I've heard of this, and I honestly don't know all that much about it. And sure, we could have watched the AP, or we could have watched CNN's or one of the other people's videos of that very short moment. I think I don't think even CNN put that out. I think it was either Forbes or the AP. But honestly, I would rather not give them the clicks lately. I'm upset about them. Very upset with the media right now for multiple reasons. Talked about it last time. Right? Who was here Monday morning? Was it Monday morning? Monday day? I did the random secret stream. Alright, let's keep talking about this. Got a couple more stories. This is from 6 hours ago. CNN.
Let's discuss with our panel. We have CNN legal analyst Joey Jackson, a criminal defense attorney, retired New York police detective Michael Alcazar, now an adjunct professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, and CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig, a former state and federal prosecutor. Thank you all for being with us. Ellie, first I want to go to you because you know this courthouse extremely well. Give us an idea of what it actually looks like since cameras aren't allowed inside.
She's in the middle of her own slip and fall case. I just got serious Saul Goodman vibes. She's like, that's hilarious.
Boris, I spent many hours and days inside this courthouse.
Slipping Agnopoulos.
What's happening today, what will happen shortly, is an arraignment. So before that, Luigi Mangioni is going through some basic processing through the court officers, through the marshals. They'll take his prints, they'll ask him some basic questions. When the court proceeding is ready, he'll be walked into what we call magistrate's court. Now, if you're trying to envision this, it's not the sort of soaring, ornate federal courtroom where most trials happen. This is sort of a unglamorous, dingier courtroom. The ceiling's lower, it's darker, it's smaller, and usually it's used as a place for sort of initial processing.
Right
so
now.
Mangioni will sit at his table with his lawyer, Karen Friedman Agnifilo, by his side. The prosecutors for the SDNY will be at the other table. The judge will essentially say, Mr. Mangioni, you've been charged by complaint. Have you seen the complaint? Have you gone through it with your lawyer? He'll say yes. The judge may ask, how do you plead? If that question gets asked, he will say, I plead not guilty. Do you have a lawyer? Mangioni will say, yes, I do. This is the person sitting right next to me.
Great. Thanks. So yeah, there's CNN throwing shade on this courtroom. Luigi's gonna get the treatment of a peasant. This low-ceilinged, dimly lit courtroom. Oh, God, here we go. Eric Adams. He had a statement for everybody earlier today, here's 8 hours ago. Eric Adams. Forbes.
What do you want to say, Mayor, about the supporters of Luigi, wearing Luigi costumes, supporters of Luigi across the country?
Luigi costumes? I haven't seen the costumes yet. Are there Luigi costumes? I gotta Google this.
About the supporters of Luigi, wearing Luigi costumes, supporters of Luigi across the country.
The beauty of this country is that you have the right to protest the right. And those who are protesting when someone uses violence to solve a problem, we saw that on the school ground as well. It sends the wrong message. A person that uses a gun to solve a concern,
Really?
if it's on a school campus or on
Wait, anybody or just civilians? Is that what you're saying? Cops? Is that? I'm sure he's not talking about cops when he's saying that. Right.
a gun to solve a concern, if it's on a school campus or on our streets.
Right.
There are mechanisms in this country on how to organize on those issues of concern. We saw young people who were tired of shootings on school ground. They organized and pushed Congress to do weapon bans. That is how we do it here. We don't use a gun. And anyone that celebrates that, it is vile, and it is sending the wrong message.
Yeah, is it?
Celebrating using violence to solve an issue.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Even though you are often, sort of greenlighting cop on civilian violence, this kind of violence, not okay, according to Eric Adams. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. We wouldn't, without you, how would we know what to do? Luigi masks being FedExed to everyone as we speak. Interesting. I do see some Luigi shirts, some free Luigi shirts being sold here when I googled Luigi costume, but I don't see any costumes. I see Luigi in costumes. He seemed to... I can't tell if these are real or if these are photoshopped. We got too much to talk about today.
What do you want to say, Mayor?
Wait, what just happened?
Wearing Luigi costumes, supporters of Luigi across the country.
What just happened? How did we... What?
Allegedly involved in the shooting of United Healthcare CEO. We are not here to celebrate violence, but we do believe in the constitutional right of fair legal representation, unquote. But as for the people donating, well, some of them are full on celebrating Mangioni's actions. One person writes under their $10 donation, I'm quoting here, "The shot heard around the nation. We cannot let it be in vain. You made the first stand. Thank you."
They're gonna arrest your moms and dads, dude. I'm not even kidding. They're gonna literally investigate every single person that donates this and then try to go after people for donating. This never happened when Rittenhouse killed that guy. I wonder what's the difference. Yeah, I don't recall
great
people,
question.
especially because that one is political, right? What's interesting about this one is this seemingly transcends politics, regardless of how hard the media is trying to reframe this as a partisan issue. I don't think the Debras and the Barbaras that are angry at United Healthcare or their own private healthcare are yeah, I'm a card-carrying leftist, I shouldn't have said political. I should have said partisan from the jump. Every American that's been over by healthcare, regardless of what their political background is, understands what happened here.
Thinking of the wealthy people running this country. Health insurance has been a scam for far too long, and it needs to change. Stop talking about it and do something. Well, I want to bring in Sam Beard. He is the
Stop talking and do something doesn't mean like go kill CEOs, dumbasses. It means change the system, move towards a more humane system where profits are not put over the interests of everyday citizens.
What do you say to your critics who think this fundraiser is co-signing that murder?
Well, at the end of the day, every American has a right to a fair trial. And I think for every person who might be, exhibiting some sense of joy, there are 10 people sort of asking the question, well, who's the real murderer in this conversation? We're talking about the largest and most successful private health insurance corporation in the history of humankind, right? Which is successful precisely because they generate profits by denying
Who is yelling?
claims, among other things.
Did you hear that? I couldn't tell what end that was. I really wish we were watching this video off of Hassan's stream. I want to know if that was at Hassan's house or if that was in the studio at CNN. Just someone starts screaming in the background.
Private health insurance corporation in the history of humankind, right? Which is successful precisely because they generate profits by denying claims, among other things. Just to quote one donor here directly, quote, "We do not condone murder. And for that reason, we cannot condone the actions of United Healthcare. Luigi was standing up to a systematized murder of millions of Americans at the hands of a broken healthcare system."
When you hear that, of course, first of all, I'm a former prosecutor. Everyone deserves a proper legal defense. And frankly, he is presumed innocent at this point in time. They have a burden of proof that they have to carry out. But when there seems to be the equivalence drawn between gunning somebody down in the streets, and again, he is presumed innocent, but somebody gunning him down in the streets, and then the idea of health insurance.
What's the difference between those two things, actually? That's why I'm not sure. There's a very, 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 very thin, almost imperceptible line between the two. The more that you look into what the healthcare companies have been doing, as to what they were purported to do upon their creation, because they haven't been around forever. There used to not be a system between you and your doctor that you paid into, that was supposed to be there for you, that now is only focused on profits and not your well-being, making decisions for you medically in situations where your very survival is on the line. I struggle to actually see an actual difference between those two things, right? Sure, did you have to be there in person as the CEO to do it and to green light each and every one of these? No, I mean, for them, they've decided to automate that system. They don't have to. Not only do they not have to like tell a worker to do it, not even, the workers don't even have to do it. Now they can just have robots, algorithms, AI, whatever it be, make these decisions in lieu of humans.
Yeah, it's arguably worse. This is what people don't understand. When your grandma's like, oh, I can't get chemotherapy because it's too expensive and insurance won't cover it, I guess I'll just die. That's murder. So yeah, the CEOs that contribute to that profit off of that, you can systematize that murder as much as you want, but they are responsible. That's so crazy that these guys are like, but what do you mean? To the average person who has experienced the death of a loved one because of this, they don't give a to the average person whose life was ruined because they had to go through medical bankruptcy, they don't give a fuck. Oh, that's just the way the system is? Okay, well, I guess we live in a cruel system, so there's nothing you can do about it.
Behaving in the way that has led to, you believe, the deaths of people as well. Are you concerned that sort of equivalence?
You allege. You allege that it's led to the deaths of people. Wow. This is the tone deafness of CNN. And it's beyond tone deafness, right? They are in the desert with their heads shoved beneath sand made of money. It's fascinating. Oh boy. It's a real dichotomy we got going on. Real shit dichotomy, if you ask me. Because the fact is if you're somewhere from the center to the right, you're so represented right now in the United States. You're beyond represented. You can turn on TV and your ideology and your belief system is constantly getting reinforced. Okay, if if you think free markets are great and a system of healthcare where profits is actually, it's an okay thing. It's a necessary part of society. If you think that profits are equal to human lives, stuff like that, dude, you have got places to go. But if you have anywhere from center to the left of center to the left, well, you got like two choices. YouTube and TikTok, and not the whole of YouTube and TikTok, just portions of it. And Twitch. Okay, and Twitch. I'll give Twitch I'll give it a shout out. I know there's a few out there. It's like saying there's a few on Rumble. But, it's one thing that's been bothering me quite a lot lately, as somebody who's consuming more news, I think, than the average person. Just how bad it's got.
Folks. Ken Klippenstein has a piece here that I think kind of summarizes the main headline people are taking away from today. Does that not show up?
No,
I'm going to have to share that.
Bye, Matt.
Okay. I got it here. He says, dying congressman to lead watchdog committee.
Yay!
Gerontocracy wins again. And look, that's certainly one of the glaring issues with this. 74-year-old congressman stricken with an especially deadly form of cancer was chosen to be the top Democrat in charge of oversight, a watchdog role that will oversee investigations into public corruption and wrongdoing over the next 2 years. Now, what's interesting to me there in this thing with him besting AOC, as Nancy Pelosi calls in favors after a hip replacement, not metaphorical. She's literally fell and broke her hip, and then called in favors so that this vote would go this way to this.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi fell and broke her hip. Mitch McConnell fell 3 days before that, and now they're appointing a guy with esophageal, stage 2 esophageal cancer to be in charge of the Democratic Party. That's so great. It's stuff like this that sort of reinforces the thinking that I had coming out of this election, that the Democratic Party is so broken and it's so entrenched in this sort of moneyed, gerontocratic, systematic, what do you call it? It's ossified, right? It's a completely inflexible, unwilling to listen to an entire swath of the base. They keep losing elections. What are we? Two for. How many have we had so far? There's 2000, 2004, 2000. We're 2 for 5. We're 2 for 5 this decade.
Guy with cancer. That's a probable terminal form of cancer. There's a few, so everyone's focusing on the gerontocratic angle of it, and I'll say there's another tweet here by I can't share those. That's really nice.
Yeah, it's your green screen. Yeah.
But that's all right. I can still present. But Dan Pfeiffer here, he said, valuing seniority over political messaging chops is exactly how Democrats got into this mess in the first place. Mm-hmm. And I'll just say, I don't think that this is really what this is about. This isn't about Democrats just loving seniority.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because that's a great point, actually. Because there's been some horrifying messaging problems. Horrifying.
Remember, or maybe people don't, but this was the last chair of that. It was a guy named Jamie Raskin. And just read a little bit of this here. You're asking gets top Democratic slot on U.S. House Oversight Committee. That's December 22nd. If you can remember, way back into December 22nd, 2022.
That's a
I'm
long
truly
time
humbled
ago.
and honored beyond measure to be elected ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Raskin said. Blah, blah, blah. To win the post, Raskin leapfrogged 2 more senior members on the panel who were also seeking the top Democratic slot.
Wait.
Connolly and Massachusetts Representative Stephen Lynch.
But that is not how seniority works. That does not make any sense. I don't understand. If seniority is so important, why 2 years ago we chose a man who leapfrogging, as is put, other senior leaders? It makes no sense. I am so very confused. Raskin also had cancer. He did have cancer, but I think he was actually cured of cancer before 2022, wasn't he? Am I wrong on that? Somebody look that up for me, would you? I could have sworn that he went into remission before this, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm not perfect. Never claimed to be perfect. You know who does claim to be perfect and yet continues to fuck up? Democrats. And you know who else sort of pretends like they're perfect as well, but then fucks up all the time and sort of carries water for those fuck ups, and then blames us publicly? People like CNN. Let's talk about some of that messaging from the campaign, and in a sort of a roundabout way, I guess.
Quote, Liz Cheney could be in a lot of trouble, unquote. That threatening 3 a.m. Truth Social post from President-elect Donald Trump after House Republicans released a new report recommending that the former Republican...
Donald Trump tweets about Liz Cheney. CNN has to rush to her defense. The supposedly left alternative, this is the thing that bothers the fuck out of me. We were talking about as we were leading into all this discussion, right? Is that there is no, if you are a genuine leftist, or at least to the left of center, right, and you genuinely believe all that stuff, there's no real good alternatives. There's no, like, aside from YouTube out there, right? And I started looking into, like, some of the statistics of who watches, like, you know, they exist. You know, Nielsen does these kinds of investigations, and they're posted online in places like Statista. I looked it up. Republicans don't respect CNN. They don't watch it, ever. The majority of Republicans just don't respect it and don't watch it, right? And so they are looking for an audience that is not interested. And more leftists, like, if you look at it, like, on political lines, CNN is just losing viewers. They've never really had Republicans. They're losing Republicans faster and faster. But, like, the supposed people they're supposed to be speaking to, right? They're losing faster and faster too. And they're just such useless organizations now. I don't know if they're ever going to figure it out before they completely go under.
Congresswoman from Wyoming, Cheney, should be investigated by the FBI and prosecuted for her role on the January 6th committee, specifically because Cheney let former Trump aide Cassidy Hutchinson testify. Cheney says the report, quote, fabricates lies and defamatory allegations in an attempt to cover up what Donald Trump did on January 6th. CNN's Lauren Fox is on Capitol Hill. Lauren, Trump promised on the campaign trail to prosecute his political opponents, and it appears he has Republicans ready to help him do just that.
Yeah, and it wasn't that long ago that he said on Meet the Press that he believed that some of these members of the January 6th committee could be jailed, Jake. And I think...
Well, there you go. Jake Tapper. He's very concerned for his close friend, his acquaintance, whatever you want to call her, Liz Cheney. Gosh. I struggle to be concerned about her. Mostly because we shouldn't be talking about her. She's completely unimportant. You know why I know that? Because when she was in government. She had an R before her name. And we shouldn't care about those people. Or we shouldn't, you know what I mean? Like, we should be here to criticize them, not here to rush to their defense because, you know, Donald Trump might put them in jail for reasons. There's other people that Donald Trump's planning on putting in jail. The fact is I feel like, in a way, CNN feels partially responsible because they too, right along with Kamala Harris, were like leaning into this whole Liz Cheney. They were talking her up on how great she was for being so brave. Being so brave for coming out and helping Democrats throw the election. Ah, such bravery. How are we doing on time? Hour and a half. Fuck, we gotta move. Alright, we're gonna skip one story and go straight to talking about a few economic things. We got strike, we got a bunch of different things economically to fucking talk about, honestly. And then at some point we gotta get to the fucking government shutdown, which it genuinely might happen. 2 days ago I didn't think there was any way this was gonna happen. And a bunch of shit happened, and now it's literally... I'm starting to think that they're going to struggle to avert this one now. It's been a while since they actually failed on just passing a simple continuing resolution, let alone an actual budget. So... whatever, we'll get to that. We're going to get to that. But first, let's talk about a different part of the United States fiscal situation, that being the Federal Reserve's decision yesterday to cut rates one more time, but with some amount of guidance. Let's go to Jerome Powell here.
Good afternoon.
Wait, I need my money counter. Where's my...
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit
maximum
of the
employment.
The economy is...
I love when Jerome Powell says maximum employment. It gets me so excited. You know why? Because it's like... I don't know. It's like saying... I'm trying to think of a good fictional term to use here. Because, of course, maximum unemployment means different things to different people. To the Federal Reserve, they mean maximum employment as it relates to business demand, right? They're not talking about, like, actually, like, everybody's working. No, of course not. That's not what they mean.
Overall, and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years.
Yay, goals.
The labor market has cooled from its formerly overheated state and remains solid. Inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer run goal.
How good.
We're committed to maintaining our economy's strength by supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to our 2%.
There it is, maximum employment again.
To that end, today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to take another step in reducing the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point.
Ooh, 0.25, you say.
We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I'll have more to say about monetary policy.
Securities holdings.
Economic developments.
AKA bonds, mostly.
The economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose at an annual rate of 2.8% in the third quarter, about the same pace as in the second quarter. Growth of consumer spending has remained resilient, and investment in equipment and intangibles.
That's right. Double your pleasure, double your fun. Double money gun from the board. Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Lowering those interest rates by a 1/4 point. But what will it mean for everyone? Will it mean anything for you and I, for regular people, will your interest rates go down on your credit cards or your mortgage or your auto loan or any of those things? These are all important questions. We're not going to listen to his entire opening speech, but I think there was at least one question in here that felt pertinent to listen to. I'm trying to remember where it was. Oh, God damn it. Where was it?
Cuts next year compared to 4 in September.
Is this the one?
Howard Schneider with Reuters, and thanks for the opportunity to ask you a question. So this does seem towards the dynamic in 2016 during the last transition to a Trump administration, where the committee saw slightly tighter policy, in part in expected anticipation of the fiscal policy stance that was seen evolving over the year. Some of it was a data mark-to-market exercise, and some of it was anticipation of fiscal. What's the split on this one? How much of this was accounting for inflation data that was coming?
Now, of course, he's bringing up 2016 as being essentially the first round of tightening from the Federal Reserve since the quantitative easing policy ended, right? As the beginning of the end of quantitative easing, which started in 2009, was, I think, mid-2015. And so 2016 was when they first started talking about raising interest rates at all. And talking about tighter fiscal policy coming from the Federal Reserve.
And how much of it is expecting that there will be inflationary fiscal policy next year?
I'd say I'd point to 5 or 6 things, and let me start by saying that we think the economy is in a really good place, and we think policy is in a really good place.
Oh,
Let's
good.
Remember that the economy is growing.
Economy's doing super good, everybody.
That inflation is.
I don't know if you knew in chat, but economy's actually doing super great. And if things aren't good for you, well, suck it. You're wrong, according to J Pow. Inflation's actually down, so you're wrong. Everything's fine. But the fact is of course, the only metrics, when they look at inflation, they don't want deflation. They don't actually want prices to come down. I listened to this whole goddamn talk. It was an hour long. It was painful. Point is Jerome Powell refuses to say the word deflation. Okay, he would rather commit harikiri than to say the word deflation, because in no way is that good for the economy, quote unquote. And when he means the economy, he's talking about GDP. He's talking about corporate profits, right? He's talking about those sorts of things. And he's much less concerned about whether or not you're able to pay your mortgage or your rent or your energy bill. Just so long as on an aggregate, he can say things are actually getting better and you're wrong. So yeah, he's technically right. Inflation's coming down. That doesn't mean prices are coming down, of course, because that's not how inflation works. We actually have to get deflation to get prices to come down, technically. Whether that will ever happen, hard to say for sure. And whether or not that would ever even be a result of Federal Reserve policy is an even much more debatable thing, because, of course, regardless of what they've been doing with the interest rates, inflation has only gone one direction. That is up. Even if it's tapered. I should stop saying inflation. Prices. Prices have only gone up. They have not gone down. God damn it. Stupid economics terms. Very annoying. That's how I feel inside. All right. But let's talk about whether or not those lower interest rates are going to mean anything for you, because of course you don't get any money directly from the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve first loans that money to institutions, like the institutions that got bailed out 15 years ago. Those guys, JP Morgan, all the big banks and stuff. Those are the people that get the Federal Reserve money, and then they decide what's economically responsible to do with it, what to charge you to lend you that money from your government, right? Because they're more responsible than you are. And so, you know, the Federal Reserve trusts them to make the right business decisions for society. You know, people like Jamie Dimon. He cares about all of us, right? Come on.
Follow the rich white man.
So yeah, let's talk about those interest rates.
Getting a mortgage in the United States is expensive.
I think that we're seeing some strain in the system, but until mortgage rates come down and supply increases, we're not going to see prices come down.
The average rate on the 30-year fixed mortgage today is hovering around 7%. In 2021, rates were at all-time lows. Consider how that affects the financing for the typical American home. With 2021's rates, interest payments would cost around $157,000. If it were financed in 2024, the cost jumps by a lot.
Jesus Christ.
Right now, we have
and that's
high
all
prices and high mortgage rates, so it's a double whammy.
So that's what higher interest rates have done to your mortgage, right? Is that, you know, it has basically tripled what you would pay out in interest to your bank. It's all that extra money that they're getting. And let's be real. I mean, technically, banks are still sitting on some of that free cash that the government was giving out at one point. It wasn't that long ago that they were giving out money at literally at free. So they were buying up all sorts of bonds at that time at different sort of expirations, right? 5, 10, 30 years. So they're sitting on money completely free. Basically, they don't. And at one point, the government was actually paying them to take money. I mean, it's insane. And now, you know, they're taking, you know, the more than the value of the property you're buying in interest payments.
A lot.
Right now, we have high prices and high mortgage rates, so it's a double whammy. Housing feels especially unaffordable.
Mortgage rates in the U.S. are determined by many factors, including the decisions made at the Federal Reserve.
We think that our policy was appropriately restrictive.
The place where the average citizen felt the collateral damage the most painfully, I think, has been in the housing market.
The Fed is now cutting interest rates, but that's not making it easier to buy a home.
I think the best case scenario is we're going to continue to see mortgage rates hover around 6.5% to 7%.
So why are mortgages so expensive? Even as the Fed...
Well, a lot of it has to do with the fact that the banks aren't willing to lower their rates because they can keep making more money, even if they're getting it for cheaper now. Even if the Fed is lending out money at a lower rate, they can still you know, essentially use information arbitrage, because not everybody even knows that the Federal Reserve has lowered rates against the consumer to gain more money. Right? Like, that's basically, it's a huge part of it, okay? So don't forget that.
Tries to ease economic conditions. The Federal Reserve's recent policies have had a dramatic effect on mortgage rates.
You had these record low mortgage rates during the pandemic that fueled all this buying, which pushed home prices up.
The Fed then raised interest rates to stop inflation.
We raise interest rates in order to cool the economy off, in order to reduce inflationary pressures.
Now, one thing that people often confuse are bonds and the Fed lending rate, right? So the Fed lending rate is one thing, but then you have U.S. Treasury bonds, of course, that, you know, the government has been, you know, doing for a long time. And, well, those are actually what mortgage rates are often more often correlated to, if anything. If you can make an argument that they're correlated to anything, it's to the 30-year U.S. Treasuries. And right now, those the interest rates on those have just continued to go up and up and up, even though the Federal Reserve has been lowering their lending rate, which means that there's a gap between the two, and that's not good either. Now, there could be multiple reasons for why that's going. There could be for this, right? I mean, part of it has to do with the fact that the Federal Reserve themselves are undoing some of their securities, like he mentioned during that answer he gave that guy. When he was talking about undoing some of the Fed's securities, they're talking about they've been holding trillions of dollars in bonds for years and have been slowly selling them off. And whenever they do, whenever they release some portion of their holdings and sell them on the open market, it causes those interest rates to go up. So it in a way it undoes what they're doing with the Fed, with the Fed actually lowering the lending rate, right? It's counterintuitive, honestly. It's the reverse of the policy that they intend to. If anything, it's doing the opposite of what they intend. And I honestly wonder if they're doing it on purpose.
It's not something that people experience as pleasant.
Well, the Fed implemented what some people have called a rate shock. It has resulted in a market that really is just not functioning properly at the moment.
This sudden jump in financing costs created a lock-in effect in housing.
The lock-in effect itself came from the Fed raising interest rates relatively rapidly in 2022. So if you look at the interest rates that mortgage holders have out there in the market, over half of borrowers actually have an interest rate below 3.75% on their home. Folks are holding on tight there. That means less homes coming onto the market as those folks hold on, which means less housing out there to buy.
This leaves home buyers with fewer options on the market and a high cost to finance any home that they find. As a result, 26% of the homes sold in the United States were paid in full with cash in 2024, an all-time high. The remaining 74% of home buyers relied on mortgage financing. Those new mortgage holders are, on average, paying over 35% of their income on housing.
If you think about a 30-year mortgage, you're going to your bank and you're entering into a financial obligation to make 360 payments and then the mortgage is paid off. It doesn't usually take 30 years for a mortgage to get paid off. In fact, the average effective mortgage maturity is only about 8 years.
That's how long folks typically hold them before they're either selling and moving to a new home or refinancing to reduce their interest rates.
Many Americans are waiting for interest.
There should be a needs-based interest rate. Well, there should be a cap on what these companies can charge on interest, right? Because there is the baseline interest rate, but then, you look at what they charge on top of it, and it's pretty crazy. And depending on who you are, they do the opposite of needs-based. If the less needs you have, the more willing banks are to lend you money at a lower rate. If you're super rich and you have all your needs already filled, you got food, you got housing, you got all these things, the bank will shower you with free money.
To fall. The Federal Reserve started a rate-cutting cycle late in 2024. The Fed's main tool, the federal funds rate, determines how money flows between banks. Lower interest rates can make loans cheaper, but so far, this has only had a limited effect on mortgage rates.
The interest rates that they can set are much less effective than most people assume. Since when they announced the first rate cut, the Treasury rates have gone up, the mortgage interest rates have gone up. They're trying to persuade people to do things in the market, but the market has its own logic, its own intentions.
It's not likely that home prices come down, typically. It's a much better hope to find affordability from rates coming down.
Okay. One other thing that's going on still that we aren't talking about, but I feel like we should be talking about. And it's very frustrating that we are where we are in this moment with these still on the market. The fact that these weren't outlawed, the fact that we didn't legislate these things away or anything like that. In the wake of the housing crisis in 2009, the fact that this is still going... Oh boy.
otherwise would in normal economic conditions.
But it's not as if a mortgage lender is looking at a 10-year treasury yield and simply deciding what mortgage rates are going to be based on that. In fact, there are an entirely different set of bonds called mortgage-backed securities.
Yay!
The demand for mortgage-backed securities can wax and wane. And
How?
it's the price
How do these
of
still
those
exist?
mortgage-backed securities that...
How did we learn nothing? How did we learn absolutely nothing?
Can wax and wane, and it's the price of those mortgage-backed securities that directly dictates what a mortgage lender can charge.
Today's mortgage rates are also influenced by the Fed's response to past emergencies.
Global financial crisis was in large part driven by a significant housing correction. And so in order to try to stabilize the housing market, not only did the Fed commit itself to buy U.S. Treasury debt, they also committed to buy agency mortgage-backed securities.
Jesus
And
Christ.
that had a distinct down.
So those are the other bonds. Those are the other securities that they're talking about, right? Is the bonds of mortgage-backed securities, which are just bundled bonds of mortgage bonds. It's insane. The government itself bought them up. They still haven't gotten them all off of their books. They're all still sitting, not all of them, but many of them are still sitting there. The fact is during the wake of the crisis, they were buying some of these up just in total because it was deemed fiscally prudent or whatever. I can't remember the exact reasoning. It was something archaic and stupid sounding like that, though. It's insane. It's insane that we have that still going on right now. Amidst everything else. My question is, what happens when the homeowner's insurance crisis meets the mortgage-backed security crisis? And you know, it puts me in a state of fear. Trembling in my boots. All right. Let's stay on a few economic topics before we move on to the actual government shutdown. Let's go here. What was his name? Masamoto? I forget this guy's name. The CEO and head of... Oh God, is SoftBank Japan? I think SoftBank is a Japanese firm, SoftBank. It's just I think it's $1 trillion financial firm. Essentially, it's basically like it's like the private equity of Japan in a way. And the head of that, well, I can't remember his name. I think it's Matsumoto something. I gotta look this up. Masayoshi, sorry. Masayoshi-san. Okay, yeah, so this guy has now pledged $100 billion. What? I have no sound. That's right, $100 billion. To invest in the United States and announce that with Donald Trump. Apparently he's been having some drinks with the boys at Mar-a-Lago.
And we've just concluded a very productive meeting, and today I'm thrilled to announce that SoftBank will be investing $100 billion in America, creating 100,000 American jobs at a minimum. And he's doing this because he feels very optimistic about our country's
I'd love to know exactly how those 100,000 jobs are going to be created.
Thank you so much. I'm very, very excited. I would really like to celebrate the great victory of President Trump. And
immediately, if not sooner.
Confidence level to the economy of the United States has
Why is he nodding
with
to confidence?
One more.
He looks directly into the camera and nods. You hear that? Confidence.
State has tremendously increased with his victory. One more thing I'm really hoping is that this President Trump would make the world, bring the world into peace again.
Really?
That's
what
my
you care
additional
about?
hope.
That's your care? That's what you care about?
And
Peace?
I think
Bullshit, Masayoshi.
he will actually make it happen.
I'm going to ask him right now, would you make it $200 billion?
Jesus Christ. That's right. I know you said 100 billion. That's a lot, but guess what? I know you can afford more. How's 200 sound? Right now, I know we haven't talked about it at all, and that this is super awkward, but they put you on the spot in front of the entire world and asked for $200 billion.
Follow the rich white man.
Believe it or not, he can actually afford to do that. Would you do that?
Well, my promise is 100, but he's now asking to do more. I will try to make it happen.
That's good.
All right.
200. He'll make it happen. 200 billion investment.
He is a great negotiator.
Negotiating so good. Number one.
We have some breaking news right now. Workers at 7
No
different
one
Amazon
has
facilities
ever
are on
seen
strike.
negotiating like this. $700 trillion. All right, now let's talk about that. She totally screwed me just now. But that anchor at whatever this is, News 8, was right. Amazon workers are going to be striking at multiple facilities in the United States. Let's talk about that real quick. Story from earlier today.
Some breaking news right now. Workers at 7 different Amazon facilities are on strike.
The union says this is an effort to put more pressure on the e-commerce company for a new labor agreement, and it's coming right in the middle of this key holiday shopping and delivery period. Ron Spitzer here in the studio.
New York City. Now, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters says the workers authorized the walk off the job within the last few days after Amazon ignored a December 15th deadline the union set for contract negotiations. The union represents nearly 10,000 workers, they say, at 10 facilities. Now, that's only a small portion of the 1.5 million Amazon employees between its warehouses and corporate offices. The union is calling this the largest strike against the company in U.S. history. The main strikes today are taking place at one Amazon warehouse in San Francisco and 6 delivery stations in Southern California, New York City, Atlanta, Georgia, and Illinois. An Amazon spokesperson responded to us this morning saying, quote, "For more than a year now, the Teamsters have continued to intentionally mislead the public, claiming that they represent thousands of Amazon employees and drivers. They don't."
Okay, so this, I believe, was in Western New York, Rochester, New York. Now let's go to, what is this, Brooklyn? No, Queens. Let's go to Queens, where hundreds more Amazon workers were gathered protesting outside of their facility.
A messy and some would say confusing
It's like a government
shutdown.
shutdown.
Some of the Amazon distribution
You know,
centers
that's what's fucked up about that.
in several
right?
states, including New York.
Like, not about the strike, but like the fact that Amazon is so powerful and so ubiquitous and within our society that a strike genuinely has almost similar effects to a government shutdown. Like, you say government is like a private government shutdown, and it really is. It really is. Which, you know, makes you think as a citizen of this country just how unbelievable it is that this company refuses to treat their workers better. Workers that are clearly important to the functioning of our very society.
Confusing situation tonight at some of the Amazon distribution centers in several states, including New York, where delivery workers are on strike. Now, these are not Amazon employees, but the Teamsters Union is supporting them in their
Yeah,
protests.
these are not Amazon
As for delivering
employees.
items on time.
I love that. I love I love how CBS is pulling water for them right now. ABC, whatever. Holy shit, guys. Yeah. We want to talk about that? I would love ABC to do a story about that. Right? Like they throw that detail in. I would love them to talk about the fact that Amazon is literally doing everything they can to circumvent labor law, hiring third-party contractors rather than employees so they don't have to have liability for what happens to them on the job, or give them health care or benefits or or paid time off or literally anything. It's fucking insane that that's not a big part of this.
Amazon says not to worry. Eyewitness News reporter Shantae Lance live at this distribution center in Maspeth, Queens with the very latest. Shantae.
Well, Bill, about 200 protesters showed up to this Amazon distribution center. Like you mentioned, it's happening all across the country. What they want, better benefits, more money, and job security. But meanwhile, Amazon says that the protests will not have any strong impact this holiday shopping season.
Look at that.
Chance amid chaos.
Look at that. They got the entire NYPD out here. Look at that. See, if you're a CEO or if you're a corporation, if you're a non-human money-making entity, you get the full force and protection of the U.S. government. Whatever you need, we got you.
In a clash between Amazon protesters and the NYPD. Amazon truck driver Johelson Cardenas says he stopped his truck near the picket line in an intense standoff between workers and the company to unionize its employees. Cardenas was one of 2 people arrested and given a ticket for disorderly conduct.
I was inside the car. I didn't even get out. They just opened the door for me and they grabbed me out of the car.
Nearly 200 protesters, including
Sounds
Amazon
illegal?
workers and supporters, picketed outside of the Amazon distribution center in Maspeth, Queens. Organizers say they're part of 10,000 workers nationwide at 7 Amazon facilities on strike.
Aside from the low pay, I see UPS drivers on my route every day. They tell me good morning. We're doing the same job and they're getting paid as double as I am, you know? When in reality, Amazon is making more money than UPS.
The Teamsters Union, which is holding...
How does Amazon continue to get away with this shit? That's my question. Oh boy. What are we doing on time right now? Oh, we're at 2 hours, are we? Oh boy. That's usually when we take a break. Is now a good time for us to take a break and come back? What am I doing on this? That's not great. No, we're gonna burn through these. We're gonna get through these. I'm fine. Actually, god damn it. Why am I so undecided? You don't know. Taking a quick break. Because there's no way I'm gonna get through all these this fast, right? No. No. Just not happening. Let me look. 1, 2, 3. We can do this. We can do this. We have the technology. All right. Let's talk about the government shutdown and the one world Elon. It's real. It's a real thing. And you're probably not even prepared for the full extent of this story. It's going to be a 2-parter. We'll get some of that later. But let's talk about the first part of it. Here's CNN from a day ago. To get this going. How Elon Musk is influencing the government shutdown. Yay. Actually, wait. I'm ahead by 1. What am I doing? Oh no, this is even more videos than I thought. Oh, I fucked up. It's too late. I can't go back.
President-elect Donald Trump has abruptly rejected a bipartisan plan to prevent a Christmas-time government shutdown. Instead, he's telling House Speaker Mike Johnson and Republicans to essentially renegotiate, days before a deadline when federal funding runs out. Trump's sudden decision on Wednesday to make new demands sent Congress spiraling as lawmakers are trying to wrap up work and head home for the holidays. It leaves Johnson scrambling to salvage a new plan days before Friday's deadline to keep the government open. Rank-and-file lawmakers complained about the extra spending, which includes their first pay raises in more than a decade, a shock after one of the most unproductive, chaotic sessions in modern time.
One of the most unproductive government sessions in modern times. That's saying something, considering just how unproductive the government has been in modern times. Since it's been seemingly the entire focus of the Republican Party to do just that. I mean, really coming into the Obama era, they were getting themselves prepared to do as little as possible. Last like 16 years, they've been dragging their feet at every turn. Why is this here? This shouldn't be here in this spot. This is not good. Put this here. Seems like a good spot here. Strange. Who's in charge of this list? We could have an and you're right, we could have an intermission, but I've already engaged this government shutdown story, so it's much too late for that now. I've gone too far. I can't turn back now. All right. And amidst all this, Donald Trump came out. He said this recently. I just found this to be a fascinating excerpt.
One of the big differences between the first term, in the first term, everybody was fighting me. In this term, everybody wants to be my friend. I don't know. My personality changed
immediately,
or something.
if not sooner.
I had, as you know, I had Sundar from Google, but I also had Sergey. Nobody reported that. Tim Cook was here. I think he's done an incredible job at Apple.
Sundar and Sergey and Tim.
The future of Apple. It's going to be
all the richest tech guys.
But we have many others also, and not in that business. And we do have Jeff Bezos, Amazon, coming in sometime during the week. Look forward to that. We have a lot of great executives coming in. The top executives, the top bankers, they're all calling. And honestly, in the first time, I don't know what it was.
I wonder why all the richest guys in the world are calling you up. Is it because maybe you greenlit blatant government corruption, like the sale of government jobs? He's creating a new job for the guy that gave him the most money during this last campaign. That could be it. That's just, I don't know. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. But here's the fascinating thing. Up until a couple days ago, it was almost expected. I had, in my mind, a very low percentage chance of this happening. But, you know, up until a couple days ago, I think the generally accepted view was that the government was going to pass a continuing resolution to keep the government funded through the holidays because they were going on vacation Friday, tomorrow. Well, technically today, even on the East Coast here, it's already Friday, meaning this is the last session, potential opportunity for the government to remain open through the holidays to make sure the government employees get paid, among other people who depend on making sure that the government checks get written. It was pretty much accepted that they were going to get that passed. Old Mike Johnson had been out there, you know, just doing everything he possibly could to get everybody on board with his plan, even Democrats. You know, he was working his little feet to the bone, and they are little feet. He's a little guy. And he was just, you know, had his nose to the grindstone. But unfortunately, a guy by the name of Elon Musk came out and started tweeting some stuff. That caused Donald Trump to start tweeting some stuff. And, well, sort of a domino effect ensued, essentially.
Hello, I'm Ed O'Keefe in Washington. Welcome to America Decides on what's become a busy Wednesday afternoon. You know, 'twas the week before Christmas, and all through the House and the Senate, they've made a list and are checking it twice. A bill to ensure the government stays open until mid-March or puts it on ice. And late breaking this afternoon, it seems to all be falling apart with the help of President-elect Trump and Elon Musk. You see, the President-elect and the VP-elect put out a statement a little while ago calling for a, quote, streamlined spending bill that doesn't give Chuck Schumer and the Democrats everything they want. And it calls for an increased debt limit at the same time, saying, quote, anything else is a betrayal.
You're not selling it. You're not selling it. Okay, buddy, I forget this guy's name. Let me try for you. We should pass a streamlined spending bill that doesn't give Chuck Schumer and the Democrats everything they want. Anything else is a betrayal of our country. Everybody knows this. They tell me, sir, it's a betrayal. Elon was telling me earlier, and I said, you know what, Elon, you're right. You're right.
Trying to get Democrats and the Biden administration to agree to that debt limit increase now, instead of taking up that issue next year when they'd like to be focused on other things. We are going to keep an eye on all of this and talk to three smart people who know a thing or two about what's going on. Finn Gomez, Torian Small, and Caitlin Huey-Burns join us now. Caitlin down in West Palm Beach with the Trump transition. Finn here in studio. And Torian is up on Capitol Hill. Torian, give us a sense with this announcement from the president, which comes after hours of concern and criticism expressed by other conservative leaders and Republican lawmakers. What is the latest about how exactly the House and Senate might proceed?
Well, Ed, for the past few hours, I've been camping outside of House Speaker Mike Johnson's office, hoping that he'll come out and give clarity to the situation. What we know is that Vice President-elect J.D. Vance put out a statement from President Trump saying that this cannot pass as is. He's calling on Republicans to go
This
to the drawing board.
Shall not pass. Donald, this shall not pass. I gave you $250 million. This shall not pass. It's me, Elon. Okay. This is fresh, hot off the press at the Majority Report.
Matt Gaetz did a, so-called force the vote move, and he's about to lose basically his ability to get hired anywhere except for his dad because of it. This is the type of vengeance they take out. On some level, we saw this type of vengeance that Nancy Pelosi exercised on AOC just yesterday. Pelosi was still angry about AOC protesting in her office, and from her, convalescence bed in wherever it is, Monaco, resting from a hip surgery, was whipping the vote against AOC in favor of a guy with esophageal cancer at age 74.
No, it makes perfect sense.
Politicians are very vindictive. That's the way they get to where they are more often than not.
What?
Matt Gaetz is about to find that out the hard way. Nevertheless, the continuing resolution, the dynamic here is that if the Republicans could all agree on what they wanted, they'd be able to bring it up to they would go through committee. And once it goes through committee, this is all just obscure parliamentary procedure. Once it goes through committee, it's passed on committee, then it could go up for a 50-50 vote, essentially, or, just a majority vote in the House. That's the way the House works. But if you cannot pass it through the committee, you need to go around in a different process, which then requires, is it a 2/3, I think, or 3/4 vote for passage? In other words, more than the Republican Party, you need Democratic buy-in. And the Democrats agreed, or Jeffries put on the table, we will vote for this continuing resolution if we get another $100 billion worth of disaster aid, if you agree to use federal funds to rebuild the bridge in Baltimore that fell. and a couple of other things. One of the things they didn't do.
I find it fascinating that those things are upsetting to anybody, because, you know, the disaster aid affects more Republicans than it does Democrats right now, just statistically speaking. The southern states are the ones that got shredded by the recent hurricanes, right? Most of the needed increase in aid for disaster relief are for places like North Carolina, right? Like Tennessee, like all these other places down south, Georgia, Florida, all states that went for Donald Trump. And the bridge, that what's it called? Keys Bridge in Maryland. I feel like Republicans were talking about that way more than Democrats were. Like, they really were really upset about this bridge going down. So why don't they want the funds for those two things? I don't understand. Are those bad now suddenly?
Was fix the IRS funding. You will recall Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer made a garbage deal about, I guess it was a year ago, where they allowed the Republicans to claw back $20 billion from over $40 billion that were specifically for auditing wealthy people in terms of taxes, essentially. And the $20 billion would have been spread out over a long period of time. Not, a big deal, but not that big of a deal in the short run. That was in the budget last year. When you do a continuing resolution, all you're saying is, we're just going to do that again. And if you don't take out that provision that cuts $20 billion from the IRS, then it's in there again, and it's in there again. But nevertheless, there are Republicans who are pissed about this whole continuing resolution thing, because they want to cut whatever possible.
Yeah, sure, Medicare, Social Security.
And Mike Johnson's in between a rock and a hard place. Doesn't want to be responsible for a government shutdown. And here he is going to Fox and Friends with his tail between his legs. And of course, who does he respond to? Well, we know who the president-elect is. And maybe you'll be surprised to find out who his name is.
We don't have a choice. We have to fund those. We have to fund FEMA. We have to fund our farmers.
Right. And Mr. Speaker, it's not just, so you've got a bunch of Republicans who are angry at you. They don't like this. And just in a couple of weeks, you're going to stand once again to run for Speaker of the House. And you don't need a bunch of Democrats mad at you. But and this is breaking news you do not know. You know who also does not like this? Elon Musk, the world's richest man, just tweeted, this bill should not pass. The only way you're going to be able to pass it now, Mr. Speaker, is with Democrats.
He's like a wizard. He's like Gandalf, This bill should not pass.
You could. What's your message to Elon Musk?
Well, I was communicating with Elon last night. Elon and Vivek and I are on a text chain together, and I was explaining to them
we're on a text chain
and
together.
Vivek and I talked last night.
Gross. He's in a text chain with the world's richest man. I love that. I love how our government is no longer a thinly veiled oligarchy. It's now an in-your-face oligarchy. Wait, 2 Bobs, 1 chat. Whoa.
That's too much, man.
Pause it for 1 second.
And,
do we know when that Elon tweeted that out?
Ducey was saying that was like breaking, that while they were...
Oh, interesting. So Mike is saying that he talked to them last night. Now, listen, I know a lot of you may have like an issue, like why is...
what elections did those guys win?
Yeah, they were voted richest men in America.
Okay.
But apparently Elon's pissed even the next day. I mean, this is all...
Hey, thanks for the follow on Twitch there. I didn't quite... Yeffy's back? I can't...
I don't know if it's palace intrigue, but it's fascinating just who's in the palace.
The buzz wore off.
The Elon and Vivek are really adamant about not letting non-elected government bureaucrats make decisions about our government.
It was a tweet at 4:15 a.m. this
morning.
morning.
Ooh, gosh. Mm-hmm. And now maybe at 4:20 a.m., Mike Johnson was on his Twitter, his like a DM chain with them, but I find that hard to believe.
If you could, what's your message to Elon Musk?
Well, I was communicating with Elon last night. Elon and Vivek and I are on a text chain together, and I was explaining to them the background of this. And Vivek and I talked last night about almost midnight, and he said, "Look, I get it." He said, "We understand you're in an impossible position. Everybody knows that. Remember, guys, we still have
an impossible position that he created.
Republicans. So
You're in an impossible position which I put you in, and I'm sorry for that, but not really. Sorry, not sorry. But you're gonna have to do what I want as the world's richest man, and now your co-boss. It's fascinating. I love that. I love that. You're in an impossible situation. You're between a rock and a hard place. The rock is named me, and the hard place is named Republican senators getting in line, or Republican representatives getting in line behind Donald Trump, and vicariously through me. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating situation. This is the state of our government, people, and this is honestly terrifying. Horrifying. Should be horrifying for most people, and I'm sure it is for many people who depend on the government to function. Let's go to this. I found this fascinating in the midst of all this, because this is part of what the spending bill includes. It includes a raise for the government, and I just figured that we would listen to this most incredible conversation from, of course, the sort of expected tone-deaf group of CNN pundits. I just thought it was great to have them talk about how government needed a raise.
Gail, you talked about members of Congress getting a raise.
Right.
The question is, should they?
No.
I mean, you say no. Mondaire, what do you say?
They look, members of Congress, if they got paid more, I think would be less likely to engage in the kind of corruption that we have seen.
It's been, what, 10 years?
It has been since 2009, is my understanding, since members of Congress got a raise. And this is by exemption. I mean, it should be automatic in the way other salaries in the federal government are, but it's because they voted to do precisely this. And so the recent proposal of raising...
One thing I realized while listening to this earlier was just, like, I think there's like 6 people sitting at this table. And by the way they talk about all this, and there's other clues that you could take. Of course, you could do some research, and I have done my research on CNN pundits. They get paid a lot of money. One thing I realized while listening to this is that all of these people have got to be, or all right, this is clearly supposition. I don't know for sure, but I'm almost sure all these people are making more than congressmen, and that is why they frame this in the way they do. And they all think that they need more money. And of course, Mondaire Jones used to be in Congress, so of course he's a special kind of biased on this one. But I guess my point is that all these people are in the 1%, right? They're all making a ton of money, and they look down at the people in Congress as being like, oh, look at you civil servants. They're forced, Mondaire's like, they're forced into being corrupt because they just don't make enough money. They're just 170. Who's supposed to live on $170,000 exactly? I mean, come on, that's not enough.
Help! I'm being repressed! To do precisely this. And so the recent proposal of raising the salary by $6,600 is still much less than it would have been if those automatic increases that everyone else in the federal government.
Oh yeah, just cost of living. That's all they want.
It's not huge sums. I also, I mean, I get it. I don't think Congress sucks. They don't really do their job.
It's not huge sums.
But
of
I don't
money.
know how not paying them, basic living amounts
Because they
is
already
going to make
make
it better.
$174,000, which is in the upper echelon of most of their constituents.
All kidding aside, not if you live in Brooklyn, New York, not if you live in Manhattan.
Oh, not if you live in Manhattan, and not if you live in D.C.
Not if you live in
San
Washington.
If you live in San Francisco. Well, guess what, buddy? I did the math on that assertion of this guy's. Okay, so I looked it up. The median rent in Brooklyn and D.C., two of the places that he named. All right, and let me finish. I'm going to let him finish this statement first. But whoops, what am I doing? Don't do that. No.
Right. New York.
Exactly.
I'll speak from personal experience. When I was in Congress, I barely saved. In fact, I did not save anything because when I was there, we didn't even have per diem, right? So I was paying for rent in Westchester County, New York, and in D.C. People, the average.
Oh, poor Mondare. Oh, he was just barely getting by. And here's the thing. You know, I looked it up. Brooklyn and D.C. median, it's not cheap to live in these places that they're referencing, right? But $175,000 is in fact enough to live doing what he's talking about. Okay, if you add together the median yearly rent for Brooklyn and the yearly rent for DC, I think it comes out to being around $47,000 a year in rent. Now, of course, you probably got utilities to pay, depending on where you're renting. Other sorts of things. You got to buy food and whatever else, right? But you've got $130,000 to do all that stuff with. And you're telling me you can't? You can't? I'm sorry. What are you eating, a steak and truffle fries for breakfast? I mean, you can't afford $175,000 a year? You can't. You get what I'm saying here, right? Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's not expensive to do those things, but it just doesn't. The math doesn't add up. You still wind up getting paid way more. And right now, considering everything that's been going on, you know, and how much the system is failing people, right? Whether it be healthcare or the increased inequality or inflation or all these other things, and they're just like, we need more money. Forget you and your cost of living adjustment, right? Because when's the last time they actually changed the federal minimum wage? It was longer than the last time they gave themselves an increase. It's been much longer, actually, I'm pretty sure.
Things, by the way.
And that's why, I mean, in my opinion, is why it's so tone deaf, right? It's like they refuse to give the American people a raise, but they're like worried about themselves getting another cost of living adjustment and all this stuff because they have to pay for 2 apartments.
That members of Congress have their DC expenses paid for. That's not true.
There are members
until
of
recently.
Congress who have roommates.
Oh, until recently. So it is true.
Get a townhouse.
So it is true. They do get all their stuff paid for, Mondare. So they don't even have to pay for that sweet DC apartment you were talking about anymore. Because they get it covered.
Not true.
Until recently.
All right, actually, I'm sorry. We don't have to listen to any more of this tone-deaf conversation. They go on and on for a while about this and how Congress truly deserves a raise while they can't manage to just pass a budget, while they can't manage to protect abortion or get federal minimum wage raised or any of these things we talk about done, but they just need more money. Oh, it's so sad. It's horrifying. However, will we get a better government? Here's those Democrats.
House Republicans have a choice to work with us or not. Are we truly interested in lowering the costs of childcare, groceries, making housing more affordable? That's what's at stake in the next 2 years. That's why House Democrats continue to fight for the American public and why we will not turn our back on the American people. We will not turn our back on people who are visiting national parks, people who are traveling to see their families this holiday season, people who are providing services around the country. That's what's at stake, and that's why House Democrats stand united with Leader Jeffries in advocating for a sensible, reasonable solution that gets us out of this crisis.
Questions on topic questions.
I'm just so disappointed with Democratic leadership right now. I'm struggling. I don't know if everybody else has been doing the same thing, but as somebody who's never voted anything but the Democratic Party, somebody who was pro Kamala going into the election, I have less faith in the Democrats than I think I ever have as an adult. And it's incredibly frustrating for me right now. And the things that they're doing, like electing Connolly instead of AOC, like, it's so hard to listen to them right now talk about the future and how things are bad, or like what the Republicans are even doing right now. It's like you all essentially beckon them in with the much of what's been going on. I'm not saying that Hakeem Jeffries is like particularly at fault here, and I'm like projecting somewhat, I think, but I think it's honestly it's hard for me not to. It's really hard for me not to. I'm struggling on a daily basis not to just be yelling at my computer at these people like, how are we here? How are we here? That's what I want to yell. So, this was 7 hours ago. CBS News. Republicans reach agreement to fund the government. But support from Democrats still needed. Yeah, okay. So this is a second agreement. I don't know why CBS didn't make that part of the title, but there was already one agreement that had been agreed upon between Republicans and Democrats, which after seeing it, Elon objected and Donald Trump objected, putting us in the situation where they needed to get a second one. Number 2. Take 2, please.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
So yeah, Republicans reached a second agreement to fund the government, but needed support from Democrats still.
We are following some breaking news. Republican lawmakers say they have reached a spending deal to avoid a government shutdown, but the deal is not done quite yet. As a reminder, there was a bipartisan deal previously, but President...
this is an interesting opportunity for me. Actually, how many do I have left here? I'll chime in on this in a second. I'll remember this.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk spoke out against it and derailed it. CBS News congressional correspondent Scott MacFarlane is following the developments for us on Capitol Hill. So, Scott, this is hot breaking news. What do we know about the deal so far?
Hey, Lana. So Republicans have walked out of a meeting with the House Speaker indicating they have some agreement, at least amongst themselves, about how to plow forward with less than 36 hours until this deadline to avert a government shutdown and all the consequences that come from it. But having agreement with each other is not the same as having an agreement with all the Democrats.
Yes, thank you. That's very, very true. Thank you so much for that. It's a soulless chat. What? Galactic chat is not soulless. I take offense to that, Sarah. This is a chat of love, galactic beauty, and togetherness. We're here for you in all times, good and bad. I just want to pull this in here now out of left field. I noticed somebody mentioned that they wanted to show off their new moo-moo. And unfortunately, they didn't have the person they wanted to show it off to here. There is an opportunity for you to show off things. Technically, if you become a Galactic patron, you can put an avatar on one of the many break screens and be able to show off pretty much whatever you want, within some galactic discretion. Of course, yours truly always has final approval on these things, but point is, if you got something you want to show off, you go ahead and do that. All right, let's go on to this. Agreement reached. Let's go to the House and see if it can pass a vote.
At the invitation of my good friend and fellow appropriations committee.
There was a
member
hidden
Chuck
meaning
Edwards,
to your
and
comment.
saw with my own eyes.
I just
the
realized what you,
devastation and damage caused by
okay.
Hurricane Helene's catastrophic.
You were talking about soul life being missing, making it a soulless chat.
Months
It's like an onion.
after the storm,
It's like a
countless people remain without basic
referential in such
of
a
life,
incredible
and the
way.
region
I wasn't
will
prepared.
remain affected for years to come.
Yeah. Let's get the vote going. Let's see how that goes. Where's the voting start? Enough talking. Get voting. Vote. Let's see how this goes. Not quite.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 10515? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Jesus Christ.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Guess what? I request a recorded vote.
Does the gentlewoman ask?
And nays.
With great surprise, the yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Yeah. Now here we go. I'm sure this is going to go super great. Immediately. 36, 39, 41. Just double the votes no against yes votes. 53, 54, 56. Not going great. 61 no votes. A lot more no votes than yes votes right now. And, spoiler alert, Republicans stripping the bill, which needed Democrats to pass it, of the things that they had negotiated with Democrats, didn't go over well with Democrats, leading to this vote winding up the bill not passing. Leaving Republicans and America empty-handed without a funded government. Less than 24 hours now for them to pass a functional continuing resolution here. Some kind of a budget. Will that happen? Who knows? But I believe Mike Johnson, head of all of this, dude who's supposed to be whipping all of those votes together, I think he had a statement here. I still have the music going.
The House of Representatives has rejected a Trump-backed plan to fund the federal government and suspend the debt ceiling only a day before a government shutdown is set to take place. Nearly 40 Republicans and almost all Democrats voted against the proposal, which was released just a few hours ago after an original bipartisan proposal that was released this week got torpedoed by President-elect Donald Trump and his allies for not going far enough and for not suspending the debt limit. The proposal that was voted on tonight by the House of Representatives was much, much different than the original proposal that Democrats and Republicans released together on a bipartisan basis earlier this week. It cut funding for pediatric cancer research and many other Democratic priorities, which is why Democrats almost unanimously voted against it. They said that it went against the bipartisan good faith negotiations that they spent weeks coming up with, and that it was really meant to just appease Donald Trump and his allies.
Yeah, no kidding.
What happens next is really
Immediately,
uncertain.
if not sooner.
Republicans do not have the votes on their side to pass any form of CR that they've proposed in the last 48 hours. President-elect Donald Trump is pushing on Speaker Mike Johnson to get his members in line with what he wants, but they need Democrats, because of their slim majority, to help them push any...
Yeah, of course they need Democrats. They don't have enough to push this through. Hey. Well, that's where it's at. That's where things are at. I thought Mike Johnson gave a statement. It might have been an earlier thing I watched. Yeah, must have been. Anyways, time for a quick space intermission. Why can't I hear it? What's happening? All right. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Super helpful. Super helpful. And needed. Once you've done those two things, do consider becoming a contributor to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. All sorts of great ways to contribute. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and my favorite, Patreon, where I get essentially the highest cut out of all of those things, and you get the most possible benefits available. Get yourself a galactic avatar, shoutouts, and much, much more. Just $3 US a month, very attainable for most, and so, I'll leave you with that consideration. By the way, if you notice, the set has turned wintry and holiday-themed. So do enjoy the new visuals, which I have brought to you, including literally falling snow. As long as I think you have to be at over 480p or 720p or something like that to actually see the snow falling. But if you do switch it to that, you should be able to see all of the wonder, the winter wonderland. Alright, chat, enjoy the space break, grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. As you can see, ton of different holiday decorations all over the stream, including, if you look closely, the Galactic Pole. That's right. I made a Galactic Pole better than the North Pole, so they say. People tell me, sir, it's the best pole I've ever seen. And I say that's true. It's true. I get the very best people to make that pole. Alright, chat. Get back to your seats, space fams. We have got some stuff to do. Hey, thank you for the super chat, super sticker. Moanoa. Much appreciated. Those citrus fruits are high-fiving in the air, and it's beautiful. What's the number behind them? What's that say? 20? What does that mean? Oh no, why is it lagging? What is happening? This is unacceptable. How long is it gonna do this for? Done. Super dad, that's super chats. What that countable? That's weird. We'll end soon. Keep the GNN live. But it didn't know. That's so strange. Alright, we got more stories to talk here. But, I want to just start lagging. Yay, is it working now? It looks like it's working. I think we're back. I think we are back and functioning. So let's get to it. We got environmental news to cover. And we're going to start off talking about AI real quick. Now, we're not really talking today too much about AI's environmental impact. I think we've talked enough about that. I think a lot of people know just how bad it is for the environment and running it, how much energy required, water, all these things. We've talked about it. But there's a couple of things I wanted to talk about AI-wise, not directly related to all that. A couple of stories here from the last week. Well, technically from the last week, although the first one we're going to talk about actually date back to November, and the story only came out this week. This is KVUE. 5 days ago, former OpenAI researcher found dead in San Francisco at 26 years old. By the way, this guy was a whistleblower. Remember that while you listen to this very, very, very short story on all of this.
A former artificial intelligence researcher with OpenAI has died. Shertru Balaji was found dead in his San Francisco home on November 26. Balaji was known for his whistleblowing of the AI company. The medical examiner's office determined his death to be suicide. His death comes just 3 months after he accused OpenAI of violating U.S. copyright law while developing ChatGPT.
Huh. Interesting timing for a suicide. Now, I'm not saying suicides are convenient.
Now, a major journalist.
I guess my point is I guess what I'm alluding to here is that I have some suspicions, some sort of skepticism about this claim that this guy killed himself, considering recent history of whistleblowers like Boeing. Where really still not enough has been talked about by the media with regards to those disappeared whistleblowers at Boeing. Another multi-billion-dollar enterprise, OpenAI, somebody comes out and starts, talking about how they're violating all of these laws, and suddenly a dude dies just 2 months later, kills himself. Okay. It could be completely legitimate, or it could be nefarious. And I am not prepared to make any clear claim right now. I am just very skeptical of the current narrative. That's all I'm going to say. Now let's go to this. Another problem with AI, this time Apple's AI, Apple Intelligence, is apparently being urged by news outlets, which were duped by a fake headline generated by Apple Intelligence. Apple is being really put in the spotlight here for this one. Here's BBC News. This is from 8 hours ago. Breaking news, everybody.
Now, a major journalism organisation has urged Apple to scrap its new generative AI feature after it created a misleading headline about a high-profile killing in the US. BBC made a complaint to the US tech giant after Apple Intelligence, which uses artificial intelligence to summarise and group together notifications, falsely created a headline about the murder suspect Luigi Mangione. AI-powered summary falsely made it appear that BBC News has published an article claiming that Mangione, the man accused of the murder of the healthcare insurance CEO Brian Thompson in New York, had shot himself. He has not. Well, now the group reporters.
Bumping off whistleblowers is terrorism. Are we bringing it back to the beginning of the stream right now? That's a good one. I like that. Full circle.
Reporters has called on Apple to remove the tech. Apple has made no comment. Speak now to Vincent Berthier, head of the technology desk at Reporters Without Borders. Thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you.
So what are you calling for here?
Well, we are basically calling Apple for removing this feature because obviously this product doesn't work and it's really dangerous for information.
Yep.
It could harm media credibility, and citizens deserve way more better AI product when it comes to information and news.
And what do you think your chances of success are here? Because AI clearly is infiltrating all areas of our lives.
Yes, very recently a kind of AI train hype, and this whole, move fast and break things philosophy from Silicon Valley is doing more and more damages every year. But this has to stop, actually. And this is why we are making this problem a public problem. Because today, the big tech, they used to hold, promise of progresses, and they barely did not hold it. Today, we know that tech could harm democracy. We know they could harm information. They could harm media and journalism. This has to stop. And actually, there is right now not a single legal framework.
I mean, the fact is I literally called after updating my Apple device recently. I was forced to start looking at AI Google search results. Came along with the new update, and there's no way to take it down. I literally called them and complained. I know that sounds crazy, but the fact is I have to be able to rely on those sorts of searches quickly. Because if I do, I'm trying to research things, I'm trying to work on these things, I can't be burdened down by trying to, parse through AI gobbledygook. And it was incredibly offensive to me that there was no way for me to just have it as usual.
that can prevent them from doing that. Even the AI Act in the European Union is not able to do it because AI systems working with information are not considered as high risk. This has to change right now.
Yeah, well, let's get on to some of the technical details there, because you talked about jurisdiction, Europe, of course, Apple, US. How do you try and tackle this? Do you want laws at a US level, European level, across the world, individual countries? How does enforcement of this kind of thing actually happen?
Well, this is the issue, the global issue with AI governance. Today, as I said, AI Act in Europe is the most advanced legal framework in the world. And I think this is at least the minimum, and that at least open society should harmonize their legal framework. The problem is that, as you underline it, is all these companies are American companies and they are based in the US. And of course, this is the US who should regulate first, and just to be sure that their companies do not harm the rights to every citizen in the world to have access to information.
Is this a case of stopping this for this particular use right now? Because the presumption is that AI will develop, it will be able to iron out these mistakes, and eventually it will be okay, but just not now, or in your eyes it is not ever?
Well, I don't know the future, so maybe one day AI will be able to make good information, quality information, but for now, and we know what we are talking about because at RSF we are building an AI tool for journalism. So we know what we are talking about. And today, Gen AI is a probabilistic machine. And you can't produce information by rolling a dice. So
exactly.
You can use AI for a lot of things, and there is plenty.
Exactly. We don't need a dice rolling news application, right? That's bad for society. News shouldn't be about probabilistic anything. It's not probabilistic. That's not what the news is. It's not supposed to be probabilistic. It's supposed to be fact-based, reality-based, and based upon research. That's the whole point. We're supposed to trust journalism outfits because they're supposedly on the ground doing the research, poring over the facts and the figures, making sure that they've got their sources right before they put it out. But if you have a machine just, approximating the idea of news and just drawing from any kind of source, not having any journalistic integrity at all, You know, and even if the people making it have journalistic integrity, technically, it doesn't matter. I don't think. It doesn't seem like it matters at this time. It's not capable of of distinguishing on its own, and whatever you feed it is what it's going to interpret as being important information. How it's interpreting these data, it's pretty much unknown until it comes out, and then you have to sort of reverse engineer how it got to where it got to. All right, now let's talk about some more stuff here. We got some environmental stuff, more environmental stuff to talk about. But first, I figured we'd look into this strange concept. Kyle Hill has a story here on the dead internet theory. Whatever that is.
Welcome back. We bring you breaking news from OpenAI's live event.
A new version of ChatGPT 4. That's their latest and greatest model.
This new experience will be available to over 1 billion users.
I'm going to be interviewing at OpenAI. Have you heard of them?
OpenAI? Huh? Sounds vaguely familiar. Kidding, of course. That's incredible, Rocky. What kind of interview?
You said that this is a time for soul searching in social media businesses, and you were part of building the largest one.
I feel tremendous guilt. It is eroding the core foundations of how people behave by and between each other.
My worst fears are that we, the field, the technology, the industry, cause significant harm to the world. I think if this technology goes wrong, it can go quite wrong.
An anomaly on Capitol Hill. Private tech CEOs asking for more government regulation. It's usually the other way around.
If you're old enough to remember a time before the internet, you remember just how momentous the establishment of the World Wide Web really was. Within a generation, your digital life became more important than your physical one. Your digital reputation was all that mattered. But then, around 8 years ago, the internet died. At least, this is the contention of the so-called dead internet conspiracy theory. It sounded crazy at first, but I'm a believer now. The killer? Artificial intelligence. Most analyses of the dead internet theory trace back to this one thread on the Agora Roads Macintosh Cafe forum, originally compiled by several anonymous users in the January of 2021. It's a mishmash of anecdote, conspiracy, and classically offensive 4chan language that claims that the internet died sometime around 2016. Its most bombastic claim is that, quote, the US government is engaging in an artificial intelligence-powered gaslighting of the entire world population. End quote. I'm being repressed! The method? AI-powered bots that have subtly subverted and steered culture towards nefarious ends. It would be impossible to validate the most paranoid claims in the post, but others now seem obviously, viscerally true. The internet does feel empty now, doesn't it? Dead. Nothing to see. Nothing to do. The internet may seem gigantic, but it's like a hot air balloon. Nothing inside. This progenitor of a famous conspiracy theory doesn't sound so crazy anymore. It was just posted too early. If it was written after the Cambrian explosion of generative AI in our information ecosystem, it may have even been celebrated as a great cultural insight. While an Illuminati-style global gaslighting campaign still seems unlikely, the evidence that the internet may have slipped out of human control is everywhere. Simply put, most website visitors are not humans. In 2016, the security firm Imperva released a report that found that bots were responsible for over half of all web traffic. The report also found that every third visit to any website on the internet is probably from a malicious attack bot. GitHub says AI helps their programmers write up to 30% of their code. The company Cybra estimated that before Elon Musk took over, between 11 and 13% of Twitter accounts were bots and were responsible for a disproportionate amount of the content. YouTube engineers coined the term the inversion to describe the looming point at which fake views would surpass real ones.
And the fact is, I, as somebody who is constantly going through content on the internet, I have been seeing more and more bot-created content. And it's a little disturbing. I mean, I already knew the bots existed and stuff like that, but the amount of content, like he called it the Cambrian explosion of bot-created content. And I mean, it does almost kind of feel that epic of an explosion. To some degree, it's not great. It's not a great feeling it produces. 44 likes, that's a lot of likes. Okay.
Millions of people without our consent.
The goal of the internet was to connect the world in this sort of beautiful vision of building a more interconnected society, which would theoretically be a beautiful and amazing thing. And I think where we went wrong is when it started to get warped by this really hyper-capitalist tech environment that we live in. And so you started to see these giant social media companies come and disrupt things. Now we're in sort of the natural endpoint of that, where they've pushed so hard into the algorithmic world that everything has to be optimized to the point that everything's just going to be AI-generated garbage, basically feeding each other.
Losing the internet to bots and synthetic media is more consequential than losing the fun of their early web. It's an epistemological threat. As Nina Schick writes in Deepfakes, The Coming Infocalypse, it's an old Russian disinformation tactic to not just flood an information ecosystem with false information, but with information generally. Once there is too much noise in the signal, people start to tune out. They trust media less and less, as sorting and sifting through it all requires more and more cognitive effort. They don't engage as much in the democratic process. They turn towards strongmen. They turn towards conspiracy. They turn against expertise and facts and authority when nothing is true or cannot be judged to be so. This is what generative AI has done, and it's done it all by itself without any help from the KGB.
And the fact is, like, even reputable outlets, I've been seeing stuff that I think is in many ways only explicable through them using bots, ChatGPT to create text in stories. It's disturbing.
If it feels like the internet is more than just dead, that it's dangerous, that's because it is. According to an observatory report from the Europol Innovation Lab, quote, "Today, threat actors are using disinformation campaigns and deepfake content to misinform the public about events, to influence politics and elections, to contribute to fraud, and to manipulate shareholders. Many organizations have now begun to see deepfakes as an even bigger potential risk than identity theft." End quote.
That's not a great, it's not a great vibe. Right, you search on Google, you get an AI summary instead of going to the website itself, and that's not great. That's not great. I preferred it when they just gave you the clear excerpt from a site, right, that was the most reputable on the topic, and, you know, made it clear from you where the information was coming from. All of that stuff, that felt right. That was the way it was supposed to function, in my opinion. Rather than for this sort of like search engine optimized, like paid for search results. AI, like, the fact is Google has gotten worse and worse and worse, right? Because it was years ago when they added in the shopping section at the top. They started doing the paid for search results, all that stuff. And then adding in the AI to all of it really just, for me, was just one step too far. I was willing to accept they needed to find a way to monetize the platform and stuff like that. It was like, okay, I know that this is the top is going to be shopping, right? But like you start, it just enshittified it so much. It is very frustrating. But the fact is I'm not prepared to just give up on Google and be like, oh yeah, because like think about it, like over the years from the beginning of the existence of Google, it was seen as being like a educational resource, right, for humanity, right? People uploading, you know, the Library of Alexandria to the site and more, right? Like for posterity, all of this stuff. And just, I think that the existence of that, I think, is incredibly beneficial to us. But, you know, we need we need one that's less focused on stripping us of our data and money and whatever else. All right, now let's talk about an even more disturbing. I know, you're like, what? More disturbing? That's not right.
That's too much.
I'm sorry. I am sorry, but it's true. Even more disturbing trend. Not a technological trend. This one's an Earth trend. The shutting down.
Ocean temperatures keep setting all-time
Please hold.
highs.
I did it. That was my fault this time.
But in the North Atlantic lies...
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay, yes, let's talk about this. This disturbing trend of the slowing down and concern of some scientists of the potential shutdown of the AMOC, or Atlantic Meridional Overturning Current, the current that is responsible for transferring water throughout the Atlantic. It's an incredibly important part of the environment, and according to PBS Terra, it might be more unstable than we've been thinking. Now, I don't know if that's directed at me, but I've been thinking it's pretty bad. So, if it's worse than what I've been thinking, well...
Temperatures keep setting all-time highs. But in the North Atlantic lies one very mysterious, very creepy exception. It's called the cold block, or the warming hole. And according to climate models, it shouldn't exist today, which means we're missing something. So one researcher got to wondering, did the cold blob exist the last time?
More beachfront property? No, but everybody may get an igloo at some point.
So one researcher got to wondering, did the cold blob exist the last time the planet was this warm? And if so, what happened after it appeared?
Our study is actually probably provides hints regarding our very near future.
Mohammed is talking about Earth's most important heat transfer system, the AMOC, an enormous ocean circulation that redistributes heat from the tropics and southern hemisphere into the northern latitudes. And this global heat transfer is responsible for regulating weather that we rely on to function as a society, especially temperature and rainfall patterns. And the appearance of the cold blob could mean that this vital Earth system is on the brink of collapse. But it might not be so simple. It turns out that there's a hot debate in the scientific community about the AMOC. And in this episode, we're going to get to the bottom of it. Because although there is debate, what most scientists agree on is that an AMOC collapse will change our world dramatically.
Once the climate warms enough, we could hit a tipping point where very suddenly and very catastrophically, this AMOC current could collapse.
I don't like those words.
The AMOC brings warm...
I don't like those words. Very suddenly, and I forgot the other one. Suddenly was the one that really broke me. Oh, God.
Very catastrophically, this AMOC current could collapse.
Suddenly and catastrophically. 2 words.
The AMOC brings
I don't
warm,
like being put
salty
together.
water from the Gulf to the North Atlantic, where it sinks, bringing cold, deep water as far south as Antarctica. This exchange keeps temperatures warmer in Europe and milder in the tropics. But dramatic cooling in Europe probably isn't the biggest impact of an AMOC shift.
very worried about future changes in rainfall and water availability. During times when AMOC is strong, the Northern Hemisphere tropics and monsoon regions are generally stronger and wetter.
This, scientists say, is because the AMOC influences the Intertropical Convergence Zone, which is the belt where trade winds meet, forming regions of heavy seasonal rain on either side of the equator, known as monsoons.
That's hot.
It's really hard to imagine how many people a sudden shift in monsoons would impact.
Over half the world's population are impacted by them, and so really understanding how those could potentially change is really critical.
That's because as the AMOC slows, the Northern Hemisphere cools. That cooling shifts the tropical rain band south, and the monsoons effectively miss regions that count on them for up to 90% of their yearly precipitation, directly impacting food security for over 2 billion people. So with so much on the line, what does the scientific...
Yeah, so it means whatever. I mean, I'm being a little bit, I'm exaggerating slightly. But it's basically saying, and because the precipitation will be so low, whatever's not frozen is going to be a desert. So exciting.
Community say?
There are a number of studies that really suggest that the risk is much larger and much closer, actually, with lower levels of warming than we have previously thought.
Most models do predict an AMOC weakening before the end of the 21st century. Some by up to 46%, even in low greenhouse gas emission scenarios, and 55% for high emission scenarios. And some find a collapse by mid-century is possible or even likely. So that's just a few decades away. But there are also scientists at very reputable institutions who declined our interview requests on the subject because they don't believe there is convincing evidence that the current is weakening. So what's going on here? Well, the AMOC is hard to study. It's variable from year to year, so even though a slight slowdown has been observed in the last 2 decades when scientists began directly observing the current, there isn't enough data to determine a trend. And even this slowdown isn't particularly clear. But there is a third way to study the AMOC, and that's by looking at paleoclimate data.
Time to go back in the past, people. Very, very long time ago.
The study of Earth's past climate.
Paleoclimate, in my view, is really critical to understanding the future of Earth's climate because humans have only been recording climate with instruments and satellites for decades to maybe like a couple of centuries at most.
Using clues buried in snow, ice, marine sediment, and one very unexpected place, which we'll get to in a bit, researchers can put together an incredible history of Earth's past climate by literally measuring cores of the Earth. But getting the data for paleoclimate research is easier said than done.
Okay, hold on. We're going to move through some of the actual data collection of it all. It's quite, not tedious, but there's a lot to it. Skip at least part of it. We'll go here 2 minutes ahead.
Which brings us to caves, the best way to study the Earth's past hydroclimate.
Primarily we use stalagmites in our research. They form on the cave floor as water's dripping, it's precipitating calcite layer by layer. So you get these really beautiful long stalagmites that are effectively a history of groundwater chemistry.
By measuring oxygen isotope ratios, which tell scientists the past temperature and rainfall conditions, Kathleen is able to see abrupt...
It makes perfect sense. This is something I'd never considered, right? Like I knew the trees could show you some things in terms of the amount of precipitation with the rings, but stalagmites, stalactites, that had never come to my mind. It was them being some sort of a record-keeping apparatus.
Shifts in rainfall patterns. This allows her and other scientists to understand AMOC impacts and reconstruct past climate events like an AMOC slowdown or collapse. Earth has 2 major modes, glacial and interglacial periods. Currently, we are in an interglacial period.
By the way,
with a warmer, more stable.
Just for reference, you're looking at nearly 1 million years of data in front of you right now. This graph represents 800,000 years.
Climate. But looking at the last ice age, which is the last glacial period, may actually foreshadow what's coming our way.
One of the reasons we're so concerned about this potential collapse of the AMOC is that we actually have examples of it. During the last ice age, we have at least 25 examples where the AMOC actually collapsed.
25 different collapses during the last ice age is an average of once every 5,000 years. So according to Earth's paleoclimate record, an AMOC collapse in the near future is plausible. And since the last collapse was almost 12,000 years ago, maybe we're due. Each on-off event is world-changing for plants and animals who live through it. When the current collapses, temperatures drop. And during some periods while the AMOC was off, ice sheets reached as far as New York City, northern Spain, and Paris. Christo's ice core study found the average temperature changed by 20 degrees Fahrenheit in the Greenland ice sheet within a few decades. When it turned back on, it raised by nearly the same amount. That type of temperature change in such a short period of time would be catastrophic for humanity and cause ripple effects all over the world.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's enough of this one for now. Probably be talking about that a little bit more this weekend. I'm honestly feeling doing a Doomer report again. Another one. I've been trying to do them sparingly because, I don't want to overdo the Doom and get people, thinking that it means nothing. Things aren't looking good. And if we don't do something immediately, if not sooner,
Immediately, if not sooner.
I might be in some problems. And you know what? I figured that we would put these two stories right after this to show what humans, can do when they work together. So let's go here to the Associated Press from a day ago. Humans 1, Hornets 0.
I am absolutely honored to announce that the last trap was removed on December 5th with no additional fines since 2021, reaching the 3-year mark. And now we can officially say that eradication has been achieved. And it's a significant victory for everybody who's involved, and all of Washington can actually be proud, especially those who hung traps and those who called in reports. And, what can I say? I'm just extremely excited to be able to announce this today. Our outreach program generated thousands and thousands of reports to our hotline, and we did our very best to answer each and every one. We even got some from other countries and other states. And in doing this, a small population of Hornets that was trying to establish here really couldn't do it in secret.
Well, there you go. Humans 1, Murder Hornets 0. They are apparently wiped out in the entire continental U.S., according to officials, gone. No more murder hornets. And that's because scientists and non-scientists alike worked together using proven methodology and with our powers combined, well, we saved at least a portion of the planet from one particular thing. We could in fact apply this sort of thinking in other places. Like this.
If you remember those pesky spotted lanternflies, well, they continue to be a growing problem, but taking action right now can actually help control their spread. Meteorologist Leanne Byer joining me in studio now to further explain how you can take part in the prevention efforts even during these upcoming winter months. Leanne.
Natalie, Chris Logue, who is the director of the plant industry at the New York State's Department of Agriculture, says the spotted lanternfly is an invasive plant hopper native to parts of China and was first detected in North America in 2014. Adult lanternflies are typically active from July until the first frost. However, their egg masses persist through the winter, making it especially crucial to remove them before the spring to help limit their spread.
When they're first laid, they sort of have a whitish gray appearance, and then they weather to a darker gray. There are about 30 to 60 eggs in each egg mass. And so one of the things that you can do with egg masses that are easily reachable is to scrape them off and either crush them or put them in rubbing alcohol or hand sanitizer.
Logue emphasizes that while scraping the egg masses can...
Well, there you go. This is something that regular people can do. If you just happen to see a patch like this on a tree, you can scrape it off and help save your local ecosystem from the dreaded spotted lanternfly, which is not native to the United States, but is an invasive species. Now, if only we could address things with the climate the same way we can address things that we see physically with our eyes. Because right now I feel like we aren't putting enough effort into that kind of stuff. If only we could get sort of a collective effort going on ending the use of fossil fuels, or getting on renewables, or cutting down on the animal agriculture industry, or any of the other things that we know would help. Okay, now let's go north to Greenland, where anti-whaling activist Paul Watson of oh my god, why can't I think of his what's his organization's name? I can't think of it, but he's been freed after being held in prison over his anti-whaling activities. This is from yesterday.
Well, I'm certainly quite relieved. This gives me an opportunity to return home to my two children before Christmas. I've been doing this for 50 years. I don't intend to stop now. And as far as teaching me a lesson, I think it all backfired on Japan.
I think it's Greenpeace.
Put enormous focus on Japan's continued illegal whaling operations. So my time here for 5 months has actually served a purpose. It's been an opportunity to continue to expose Japan's illegal whaling activities.
All right, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Paul Watson, his organization's Greenpeace, and they have been actively fighting the whaling industry in Asia, more specifically Japan, for quite some time. And he has not given up. Now, let's talk about a different kind of wildlife, which is facing a threat, from humans, but not because they're being hunted to extinction, but because of climate change. Animals that rely on ice.
Next, for hundreds of years, residents in one town of northern Canada have lived alongside polar bears. But scientists are warning that climate change could spell danger. As the temperature rises and melts ice, polar bears need to hunt seals. They're being forced to spend more time on land, bringing them closer to people. Our science correspondent Victoria Gill has been in Churchill along with a team of polar bear researchers.
There's a polar bear under our tundra buggy right now. He's very curious about us. Oh my word.
At the height of polar bear season in Churchill, Manitoba, conservation scientists are out on the tundra, monitoring one of the most southerly polar bear populations in the world.
So the polar bears are starting to gather in this area because there's going to be sea ice here first, and for polar bears, sea ice means food.
The bears are waiting for the bay to freeze so they can use it as a platform to hunt
bear is
seals.
huge.
But as the climate warms up here, the bears are having to wait for longer.
We had about 1,200 polar bears here in the 1980s, and now we have closer to about 618. So we've lost almost about 50% of these polar bears in the last several decades.
Jeez.
And we've tied that to these bears are on land about a month longer than their grandparents were.
In the long term, this threatens the survival of this polar bear population. But in the short term, it means the bears here are getting hungrier.
The longer they're on shore, the longer they're fasting, and the longer they might need to start looking for alternative sources of energy and food, and sometimes those sources are us.
That poses a particular...
In a way, it kind of serves us right. Not saying I encourage polar bears to go eating human beings. I'm not sure any polar bears listen to this podcast, to this here spacecast, but you know, you are the ones kind of ruining their habitat and their hunting ground. They need the ice. Meanwhile, it's melting at a rapid pace thanks to us. It's not really helping things. Alright, now let's go here. All the way east, well, not all the way east, but very far east to Mayotte, a French colony in the Indian Ocean, as well as Mozambique, a country on the eastern coast of Africa. Both were hit by Cyclone Cheeto. And the devastation is quite dramatic. Now that the pictures are coming out from this area, since it is essentially a French colony, France is going to Mayotte to bring aid.
Cyclone Cheeto has made landfall as an intense tropical cyclone, bringing with it very heavy winds and rain. UNICEF is concerned about the immediate impacts of this cyclone, the loss of life, the damage to schools, to people's homes, to healthcare facilities. We're also worried about the longer-term impacts. Children potentially being cut off from learning for weeks on end, people unable to get access to healthcare, and the potential spread of waterborne diseases.
Wow, Chad is condoning all polar bear attacks.
Cholera and malaria.
Jesus Christ. Wow. Is that bamboo? Wow. No leaves left on a single tree. It's all on the ground. Good God. What is this one? This is, I think this is CBC.
Welcome back as we bring you more now on our top story. The powerful cyclone that officials fear may have killed hundreds and left a trail of destruction across the small French territory of Mayotte in the Indian Ocean. France is currently rushing tons of aid to the chain of 3 islands. More than 100 rescuers and firefighters have also been deployed, and more are expected to arrive over the coming hours. Mayotte's population is somewhere around 320,000 people, and thousands are now without shelter. They've seen their access to power, water, and the internet either lost or severely disrupted. The cyclone has moved on from Mayotte now and made landfall in Mozambique this morning. Its destructive winds hammering homes, schools, and health facilities there. For more on this, we reached out to Guy Taylor, who's a spokesperson for UNICEF Mozambique, and he described the damage caused by Cyclone Cheeto.
So, as you said, it made landfall this morning as an intense tropical cyclone with very, very strong winds and rain. We've had a chance to assess a little bit the situation in the city of Pemba and the surrounding area today. And there has been quite extensive destruction, many homes destroyed or damaged, schools and healthcare facilities also receiving substantial damage.
All the important stuff getting destroyed, as usual. Okay. This is 3 days ago now.
France is scrambling to deal with an unfolding disaster in one of its remotest and poorest of regions, the Indian Ocean archipelago of Mayotte. The most destructive cyclone in nearly 1 century has thumped Mayotte's 2 islands this past weekend. Winds of more than 130 miles per hour or 220 kilometers per hour laid entire neighborhoods to waste. especially poor slums. Roofs of thin metal sheet became as deadly as flying blades as they were ripped apart and took off into the winds. French authorities say they're bracing for hundreds and perhaps even thousands of dead.
Oh my
But there
God.
may never be a full accounting of the death toll because many of the migrants who live on the islands are undocumented. And also because of local Muslim traditions which require rapid burials
This
when
is
people
horrifying.
die. French authorities are scrambling to rush aid to the population of about 300,000 on Mayotte. But damage to the airport is complicating the arrival of flights bringing emergency workers and essential supplies. In the
Hundreds, possibly thousands dead. Oh my God. One storm. This is unbelievable. One storm outside of storm season. This is like literally the very tail end. You could almost argue that we're outside of cyclone season for the Indian Ocean at this point. But here we go. Incredibly deadly storm blasts through the fucking area. Killing hundreds on one island, maybe thousands. What a fucking insane year it's been. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. You know, it's like it seems like the disasters are somehow just getting worse as the year has been going on. We've been covering practically every single one on the planet. Looks like Madagascar got hit too. Although they were on the, I think technically on, I think it's the reverse of the Atlantic Ocean. So on the right side it's easy, on the left side it's hard. Because I think they spin the opposite way. Wait, is that how? Wait, I'm trying to think. I think they do. My brain just broke. Jesus. It's all just gone. Aluminum tin roofs. Annihilated. And going 130 miles per hour turns those things into gigantic, just massive fucking, like, blades, like they said.
All right, tonight we're taking a closer look at the absolute destruction left by Cyclone Cheeto that whipped through Southeast Africa earlier this week, leaving thousands of people waiting for aid and supplies on a small island called Mayotte. The death toll still unknown. First responders there now evacuating patients in need of serious medical attention, and parts of the island still inaccessible for rescue teams rummaging through heaps of debris.
Devastation across Southeast Africa and on the French territory of Mayotte after deadly Cyclone Cheeto leaving whole communities destroyed. Mayotte, a small island between Mozambique and Madagascar, hit especially hard with thousands of people now cut off from resources.
Oh my God.
Entire neighborhoods leveled to a blanket of debris.
Oh my God. It looks like a massive tornado went through. It basically did. It basically did 130 mile per hour winds inside of a hurricane. Look at the devastation. I just can't believe it.
Between Mozambique and Madagascar, hit especially hard with thousands of people now cut off from resources. Entire neighborhoods leveled to a blanket of debris.
Around me, I don't recognize anything anymore. There's not even a tree left. The hills, there's not a blade of grass. It's impressive.
The French Interior Minister saying that they still don't know how many are dead, that it could be hundreds, possibly even thousands. First responders and aid workers flying in from France and nearby territories to assess the immense damage in what was already the poorest territory in the European
Oh my
Union.
God.
Avec une complexité logistique qui fait que
Did you see that? Before and after picture? Unbelievable.
Nearby territories to assess the immense damage in what was all. already the poorest territory in the European Union.
The logistics are complex, so it's not easy to help the people. Fortunately, we have 250 Red Cross workers on the ground, 150 staff, and 100 volunteers.
Medics now rushing people to make.
Exxon knew the whole time. They certainly did. Internal documents have proven that. With that investigation, Jamie Raskin and shit, who was the other senator on board with that? Oh God, was it Markey? Anyway, yeah, that investigation as much as proved it, and that they've known it for decades, and continue doing what they were doing, continued promoting lies to just keep making money. Sorry, we have a little bit more on this. I thought we were done with this story.
Behind me, this is the 4th French military plane that is heading to Mayotte to bring very much needed water. That is to people who have been battered by the cyclone. This is the 4th flight of the day. They are hoping to scale it up to 5 or 6 in the next few days. The French say that hundreds of personnel, military, have been deployed to Mayotte since the cyclone happened. They say that they're able to get assistance on the ground, but once there, the infrastructure, the roads, the cars, they're hoping that it's able to get to the people who actually need it. Right here.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest struggle in a situation like this where the infrastructure has been utterly shredded. The roads are almost undrivable. It's going to be difficult to distribute aid. Okay, that's all we got on this story. We got
Chaos in the Black.
We got like 2 more environmental stories, main environmental stories left. Oh my god, why is this over here? Wait. Oh wait, no, this is right. No, this is right. No. I'm second guessing myself. No, this is right. Doesn't matter. Stop being so obsessed. Alright, let's go to the Black Sea. As an environmental catastrophe is going on, has been going on for the last few days. Apparently, a Russian oil tanker split in half during strong storms in the Black Sea and has been just sort of dumping oil into the sea. Thousands of tons of oil. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's a cormorant. Completely covered in oil.
Спасаем птицу. Выловили на лапки.
Это все уберем.
Oh my god.
Несмотря на то, что
It's a fucking
кажется внешне,
catastrophe.
что
Sorry, he's doing
как бы страшно.
speaking
С точки зрения того, что это вот как бы не...
Speaking Russian, but I need to do translations. Here we go. Try. Let's see.
Это все уберем.
We will remove all of this, despite the fact that it seems outwardly scary. From the point of view that these are petroleum products, it's removable. Everything is removable. Bullshit. We can say with confidence there will be zero threat to the 2025 resort season. Oh, thank God. The 2025 resort season, you say. I'm so glad. Also, that's a lie. Retrieving oil at a 100% retrieval rate, like he is suggesting, is not a thing. Doesn't happen. Certainly not with thousands of tons of oil. The cost of doing it will be insane. Of course, they're just trying to cover their asses. As I'm pretty sure that's the guy who just spilled all this fucking oil into the goddamn water. Alright, now let's move along from that very disturbing story to a completely different and also disturbing story. A little further east in Oceania, Vanuatu, tiny island nation, if I have my geography correct, and they were hit by an utterly destructive 7.3 magnitude earthquake, causing utter chaos in the country. This is from yesterday? Yeah. No, this was Tuesday. Sorry. Holy shit. Oh my god, that guy's about to get crushed. Oh my god, get the fucking dog out of there. Jesus Christ. Dude. I didn't actually watch this video. I listened to it. Holy shit. Can you imagine? We're watching that again. That was freaking insane. Minding your own business. Suddenly this. Holy fuck. That is insane. £1,000-pound cars moving around like they are toy cars. And there's a bunch of footage of the earthquake itself, also of the aftermath. I'm going to go through at least the ones that I have here.
The road connecting the town of Port Vila to the wharf is blocked by a number of serious landslides. There's a large amount of very large rocks in place. That's going to
It's basically blocked by an entire hill.
To and from the area where the ships unload, which is going to create some real problems for us in the days ahead.
Looks like the hill just moved over.
I've ever experienced in my 21 years living in Vanuatu, and I've seen quite a few large ones. My wife said it was the largest one she had seen in her life. She, of course, was born in Vanuatu. So we got the kids out of the house. We remained safe, but there is substantial damage around town. We've got a building that has pancaked, that's collapsed down in the center of town. I don't have any news about the number of casualties from there.
Jesus Christ.
I did speak with a police...
Pancaked. I don't like that. I don't like that description whatsoever.
Officer at the gate of Villa Central Hospital. He told me that there was one confirmed fatality, and I saw for myself a mass casualty treatment center being set up outside the emergency ward of the hospital. I saw multiple people with serious injuries there.
It was horrible. I was inside the house. We've lived here for 6 years, and this was by far the biggest earthquake we've had. So I was watching my house jumping up and down. I stood there in shock, and then
houses aren't supposed to jump.
Table, which is a strong table, and then,
you know, I'm not like a licensed architect or anything like that, but my understanding, my rudimentary understanding of houses and structures is they're not supposed to be jumping.
I watched as my bookcase, which is chained to the top of the wall, danced away on the ground at the bottom, and everything just fell to the ground.
These are all the wrong adjectives.
The wibbly wobbly waves.
These are all the wrong adjectives. Jumping houses, dancing shelves.
Everything just fell to the ground.
All the grounds doing the wibbly wobbly waves. I had trouble standing up, and to walk to.
The wibbly wobbly waves. That's quite an expression. Never heard that one before.
The house was very, very difficult. All I could hear was the house banging and crashing, and watching it going up and down on the 40 stumps that it's sitting on.
My dad and I were actually in the plunge pool next to our accommodation, and we heard this rumbling first up. Then we felt the everything shaking. We were sloshed around, and my dad hurt his leg on the pool. And my sister inside the house, she was thrown through the air, which was quite scary. And we've experienced lots of aftershocks, too many to count.
Now, I'm pretty sure Vanuatu is a pretty big like vacation destination for like Aussies and New Zealanders. What about Mexican jumping beans? Yeah, okay, we can relegate jumping to Mexican jumping beans, sure. Kangaroos, normally things that do in fact naturally and expectedly jump. I'm fine with that, but you know, jumping houses, things like that. I prefer less jumping from the houses. Holy shit. Oh my fucking... Yeah, there's gotta be fatalities from this. The force from this earthquake is utterly insane. I mean, I don't know exactly how much these refrigerators weigh, but it's gotta be a lot. I assume they're all filled with food. This is a functioning restaurant right here. Having stuff like this, hundreds and hundreds of pounds, just shifting 10 feet suddenly. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I cannot imagine being in the path of that. That would not be fun. That would not be fun at all. Really feel for these people. Okay, well, look at that. I managed to bring us back to the point where we got through this second half real good in record time. Good job, me. Alright, final break. Alright, chat, I hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both help out greatly with the algorithm with getting us to that 1,000 subs we still need to get to on YouTube. If you've already done both of those things, then do consider also contributing to the Galactic News Network if you are enjoying this show. We are completely funded by viewers such as yourself, other Galactic Spacecast enjoyers, all sorts of great ways to contribute. We got YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, Twitch, subscriptions, bits. Just give me money on Cash App or PayPal, but the best way to give me money and get yourself some super sweet Galactic benefits is by becoming a patron on Patreon. For $3 a month, you can get yourself a whole bunch of super sweet bennies, avatar on stream like you see all around me, shoutouts, and much, much more. Why is Nightbot not working? What's happening? What's happening? No Nightbot? the fuck? Okay, well, there is a link in my bio, not in chat anymore, because Nightbot's on strike, apparently. Totally fine. But we do have, links in my bios on YouTube and on Twitch, so you can find it pretty easy. And get in there. Get yourself some Galactic holiday benefits. Alright, chat, enjoy this super short space break. And I'll be right back with the final half. mic is back on. I'm back, chat, which means it's time for you to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss that galactic content. Alright, now we gotta get to some space news before we get to the Earth news. So we will start with this here on this final half of this here spacecast. Got a couple of space stories coming at ya. First, let's talk about those astronauts still stuck aboard the ISS, who will unfortunately not be able to spend the holidays with their loved ones.
Two astronauts aboard the International Space Station already knew that they would be spending Christmas in space, but now NASA says their homecoming is being delayed again.
Wow, they're being very patient about this. I'll give them credit for that. Their mission should have ended 6 months ago, but they'll be lucky to be home by the spring.
90% of our training is preparing for the unexpected.
You got to give it to Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. They have never complained, not once publicly, about their multiple delays coming home from the International Space Station. This time, the issue is the SpaceX capsule back on Earth to bring up their replacement. It needs more work. For Wilmore and Williams,
come on.
it means their original 8-day mission could now last 10 months, maybe longer.
I can sum it up in one word, and that's resiliency. 8 days to 8 months or 9 months or 10 months, whatever it is, we're going to do the very best job we can do every single.
You know what's so great about all these failures is that, you know, before, there was a time before corporations got involved when NASA was capable of sending people to the ISS and then back to Earth with little to no problems. There's a couple of exceptions to that rule, but generally speaking, they've been quite good at that. And then corporations got involved. Boeing decided, hey, let's team up with, let's all get together. You, us, take money to space. Makes sense. No way that goes wrong.
Day.
Ignition.
The Boeing Starliner they launched on back in June developed problems with helium leaks and overheating thrusters. NASA decided to return Starliner without its crew.
Touchdown.
Extending the stay of Wilmore and Williams until at least February, when they could catch a ride home on a SpaceX Dragon. But NASA wants them to stay until the new crew arrives. With this latest delay, the earliest they'll come home now is late March. Wilmore admitted the tough part is the toll on their families.
Yep. And unfortunately, these two astronauts will be in space orbiting Earth rather than orbiting the dinner table with their families. All right, one other space story here, wrap it up. Actually, you know what? Nah, no, let's go to this one. Japan recently had their first successful launch. Now, 2 days ago, they decided to give it a second go. First one was good. Why not give it a second shot? Makes sense. Let's see how that went. It's not good for people to be in space that long. It's true. It's so true. Multiple reasons. Being in zero gravity is not so great for your body. The increased radiation's not so great either. The food you eat up there, up here in space, not the best. Multiple reasons for not wanting to spend a full year in space. Sorry, let's speed this up a little bit.
前となりました。1分前からのカウントダウン、皆様大きな声でお願いいたします。
You think Trump will fix space? People tell me, sir, Space is broken. We need you to go up there and fix it. And I said, I'll be right there.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Eh?
24、23、22、21、20秒前。18、17、16、15秒前。13、12、11、10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1、0。
Now, everything was going accordingly to plan. The launch looked like it was going to be successful, heading in the generally the right direction. But unfortunately, the launch was abandoned mid-flight due to some sort of error came up. You can see the trajectory changed really rapidly there. Oh, you can't see it, but if you look here, you can see it took like a 90-degree turn suddenly. And the satellite launch was aborted.
3、2、1、0。
Okay, whatever. Another space fail. Maybe we should fix Earth first. Just a thought. Alright, now we got Earth news to talk. Bunch of Earth news to go over. Let's go here to BBC, start us off. Just south of the United States here in Haiti, where things are not getting better ever since a new president was appointed by the UN rather than doing democracy.
Now to Haiti, one of the poorest countries on earth, with the capital Port-au-Prince largely controlled by criminal gangs. Despite the deployment of an international security force to help restore peace, there's been a recent upsurge in gang violence, especially following the resignation.
Some might call that international security force a criminal gang. I just find it fascinating how BBC frames all of this. Not that there aren't fucking problems on the ground in Haiti, but so many of those problems are caused by the very nations that make up that security force. At least the ones that are funding it, like the US and France and Canada.
The country's third prime minister so far this year. A BBC team has travelled to the capital, and while they were there, one gang killed...
Am I wrong? They don't have a prime minister. They have presidents, right? They're unelected presidents, right? Or is it prime ministers? I can't remember now. I always think it's presidents, even though they're not really elected. Yeah, the president. Oh, wait. You know, there's a president and a prime minister, right? Am I losing my mind? Oh, I am losing my mind. It's just a prime minister. Why is there a presidential council if there's a prime minister? That's throwing me off. Either way, completely unelected prime ministers, which she's referring to, have, of course, had some problems. It's been the main reason for all of the gangs doing what they've been doing lately. I'm not saying what they've been doing is good. But there is a source for this problem, one that seemingly BBC and other Western media outlets are refusing to acknowledge.
Almost 200 civilians. Nawal Al-Maghafi, producer Jasmine Dyer, and cameraman Jack Garland's report does contain graphic images you may find distressing.
Downtown Port-au-Prince. Now the scene of daily street fighting between gangs vying for control. Once one of the city's most populated areas, it's now a ghost town. We're with the Kenyan police on a patrol. They're here to support the Haitian forces as part of a multinational response to restore law and order. It's not long before we come under fire.
How can this guy even see anything from there? He's just blankly firing. He's just blindly firing right now. He literally can't see out the fucking place. He's looking at... Oh my god.
And then this. A human body burning in the middle of the street. We're on our way to meet the leader of one of the most prominent gangs here, filming our journey undercover. Renald Destina, notorious for kidnapping, is wanted by the FBI.
Your gang and gangs like yours have spread terror across the city. You have raped people, you have killed people.
When we capture an enemy, we are celebrating a victory. So sometimes the group gets excited. They capture somebody and they do things they weren't supposed to do with them, because when it's been the other way around, they would have done the same to us.
Gang warfare has driven 700,000 people out of their homes to overcrowded schools like these, where sexual...
The most frustrating thing about this is that these atrocities are horrifying, right? And the fact is, much of this could have been prevented. The anger at the corruption in Haiti that has existed for decades could have been stopped if the United Nations, nations that were that are essentially involved in this situation, if they had just accepted that Haitians were wanted to do their own democracy, but instead of that, we did a coup 20 years ago, and ever since then, it's been slowly devolving into what we are now witnessing. It's not magic, right? We said Haitian people, they're not good enough, they're not smart enough to govern themselves, even though they pick their own president, right? Even though they voted in a democratic process and picked somebody, we ousted that person and then have essentially continuously appointed new leaders for an entire group of people because we've deemed them not good enough for democracy, not deserving of their own democratic processes, and then we come here and we gaslight, essentially to some degree about who is to blame for all of it when things get out of hand. I'm not saying that there isn't individual responsibility to be taken here, but the fact is much of the fighting force on the ground right now that is fighting against the gangs are foreign forces. They're not even it's not the Haitian government. The Haitian government collapsed. It basically doesn't exist right now.
And drug use is rife. This is the third place Negociant has had to make home. She tells me she's too afraid to sleep here. She stays up to watch over her 5 children.
My neighborhood was taken over by gangs. I left and went to live in Solino for safety. Today again, I'm on the run to save my life and my children.
The violence is escalating. A clear sign the Kenyan strategy is failing.
Yeah, the Kenyan strategy is failing. Because we went to Africa to get people from a different country to come fight for our own interests that are not even clearly our own interests. Like, I don't see how it actually helps anyone in the Western Hemisphere for this to continue. If you missed this, let's quickly go to this because this is sort of important news to, I think, at least a large number of my audience. Lula da Silva, he's been in the hospital, or was in the hospital for about a week, and we were all, I think, many of us were concerned about his health. The president of Brazil, and this was him a few days ago, came out of the hospital, gave a press conference.
Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva hugged members of his medical team on Sunday as he was discharged from the hospital after a pair of emergency surgeries. The 79-year-old underwent 2 procedures to treat and prevent bleeding in his head. Speaking publicly for the first time since the surgeries, he said he was eager to get back to work as soon as possible. I'm going home now, calm and sure that I'm cured and that I just need to take care of myself, he said, adding that he could live up to 120 years old. His medical team said Lula could return to regular work duties, but he is to avoid long-haul flights and exercise in the short term. His health woes have been linked to a fall at his home in late October. Lula's
There we go. So he has recovered, although doctors are recommending he take it easy. Probably good news for many. Now let's go to the UK, as we've got a couple of stories there to talk about. And we're about to get back into talking about the One World Elon, aka the Elon Musk run government, world government, because it's not just the United States. This is part 2. Elon Musk, he's been throwing his money around all over the place. He's sick of just being the richest man in the world. He's sick of owning the most stuff. He now wants to literally lord over each and every one of us on Earth and in space. Just got done donating $250 million to an election campaign, and is now going to have a position, supposedly, in the future administration in a in a what's it called? In an agency made literally for him out of nothing. But that's not enough for Elon. No. He needs more. So he has decided to take his money to influence politics somewhere else, and that is the UK, where he is apparently planning to donate 100 million or 200 million, some huge amount of money, to Reform UK, formerly UKIP, run by old Nigel Farage. Let's talk about this happening. This is from the LBC yesterday.
Now, party funding is always a massive issue, but we don't normally talk about donations of this nature or this huge amount. Tom Skinner.
Well, Musk himself isn't a permissible donor, so he wouldn't be allowed to make any donation, but he probably could find a way through the UK arm of one of his companies to make the donation, which does put the Electoral Commission in a difficult position, because who's ultimately making that decision? Is it, if it's a decision by Musk to tell X in the UK,
so he would do it through X or
UK
Tesla,
which then they'd have to prove that it was that company making the donation rather than Musk doing it himself. And probably the problem that Reform got themselves into is because this is now described as Elon Musk's donation to Reform. People will be looking for that clear link. Whereas if it had been slightly more sort of cloak and dagger under the radar and Tesla just made a big donation to Reform, it would have been much easier for them to justify. So I think they have to be very careful not to get themselves in real hot water if he does make a big donation.
So you think it's a serious possibility that the Electoral Commission could turn it down?
There's definitely that possibility, because you've got to prove where all your funds come from.
But in a sense, that would absolutely play into Nigel Farage's hands, wouldn't it? From a reputational point of view, because he'd say, here we are, the establishment, they're all against me.
Oh, yeah.
It would really help his insurgency.
I guess he could pearl clutch and sort of just completely gaslight people, make a completely fictitious like a straw man argument, as if somehow these rules don't apply to everybody, and pretend like these were made for him in the last when did Reform, 10 or so years? I mean, come on.
And the anti-establishment narrative, for sure.
Helen.
I'm not sure that people in the UK want to see international billionaires influencing the outcome of our elections, because even if you're a fan of Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and obviously I'm a Liberal Democrat, don't really share their values, it could be some other billionaire with a much more concerning background, couldn't it? Could be
More
a
concerning?
foreign dictator, somebody connected with Russia. If all you have to do is set up a company here and kind of channel it through, that's really, really concerning. So I think as a point
You
of
mean
principle,
like your Liberal Democrat donor did? What's his name? Michael, somebody in 2005 donated £2 million fraudulently.
I don't recall that.
It's going back a long time.
Yeah, that is.
But, I mean, he's.
I think we're talking about.
I mean, he's saying you used the word fraudulently. It was fraud, illegal. I'm pretty sure there was an investigation into what he's talking about.
Well, it wasn't quite as I wish. But I think we're talking about, billions and billions of pounds, or, what is this, 78 million pounds if you turn dollars into pounds, potentially an unlimited amount if it's coming from a billionaire, which could really have a material impact on the outcome of an election. I don't think it's really in the spirit of the rules for that to be funneled through some kind of UK company from a foreign source. And as I say, if you allow this one, then you're opening yourselves up to essentially all sorts of dirty money from all around the world, and I think that's really concerning.
What about if it was a UK billionaire? Because, I mean, for example, Lord Sainsbury, David Sainsbury, he's donated, I would say, tens of millions of pounds to Labour over the years. Now, it's been done in dribs and drabs, but if you add it up all together, it wouldn't be 100 million, but it wouldn't be far off, probably 50. Where do you draw the line at one person's individual influence?
Well, I think that's a really interesting question, and I think it certainly deserves a review of how parties are funded in this country and how that does impact the outcome of elections. Obviously, if it's somebody who's in the UK, who's a taxpayer in the UK, that's less concerning than if it's potentially some kind of malign foreign influence. And I'm not suggesting that Elon Musk is malign, but the structure...
That's okay. You should.
I'd be very happy that
you should. He is maligned.
But what I'm saying is the structure that he's proposing could potentially be used in a different way. I
love how generous LBC is being to Elon Musk. The fact is LBC is pretty neoliberal. I don't really happen to like this program all that much, but they are on the topics of the day all the time, more than most, and so they are a useful resource to some degree when I need need someone to listen to on a story, a UK story. But they are being just so deferential to Elon. Of course Elon's not bad. What is he?
And then I think when it comes
is he in the room or something?
I think it would restore trust in politics if we looked at how parties are funded and actually came up with some kind of sensible frame of reference. But at the moment, every party is sort of, dealing with the rules that we've got and trying to work around them.
But what could be more liberal than allowing individuals to donate what they want to a political party?
So liberal.
If you go down the road of state...
What does liberal mean to him? The most liberal thing is to allow anybody to donate whatever they want. That's liberalism for you.
Which I suspect you might...
I'm not going down the road of state funding, but I think we need to have a look at, what constitutes...
If the devil has $1 billion, will you take that billion?
Yeah, I don't even think it's necessarily the donation per se. I think the bigger concern is he's got one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, social media platforms. He's constantly making digs at the UK. I'm no fan of the left or Labour at the moment. However, if it was somebody...
Really? No. You've hidden it well in this programme.
And to be honest with you, when it came to the manifesto, I actually liked reforms out of all of the parties. But I don't like the way how Elon is behaving online. I think he should stay out of British politics as much as he is doing, for the simple fact that he has the biggest platform, seeing as it is his platform.
Elon Musk has too much power. That much I think we should all be in agreement on. The fact that it's not a 100% unanimous agreement, to me, is completely flabbergasting. Makes no sense whatsoever to me. We should all be in agreement that Elon Musk has too much power for one man. We don't need kings for the 21st century. Not necessary. Get rid of it. Get rid of Elon, for that matter. I mean, for fuck's sake. I mean, really, it would probably be better for the planet if he were to just float out into space, never to be seen again. I certainly wouldn't open my airlock for him. All right. Now, let's, before we leave the UK, well, we're technically, all right, I take it back. We are going to leave the UK, in a way. We go to Ireland and talk about something that's been going on there. That being, I believe it was, I think Israel is closing their embassy? I think they're closing the embassy in Ireland. On the grounds that they believe Ireland as a country is anti-Semitic. And Ireland, I think as a whole, was a little offended by that.
Earlier this week, Israel announced it would close its embassy in Ireland and recall its ambassador and diplomatic staff. Israel's foreign minister revealed the decision in this post. Today, I have instructed the closure of Israel's embassy in Ireland. The actions, double standards, and anti-Semitic rhetoric of the Irish government against Israel are rooted in efforts to delegitimize and demonize the Jewish state. The Irish government recognized a Palestinian state during attacks on Israel, a move praised by Hamas. Attempted to redefine genocide in international law to support baseless claims against Israel at the ICJ, backed politically motivated cases at the ICC. So they backed international law is his problem with them, promoted anti-Israel measures within the EU and fostered hostility towards Israel. And then he says Ireland is one of the few European countries that hasn't adopted the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. And he says Israel will focus its resources on strengthening bilateral relations with countries worldwide according to priorities that also take into account the attitudes and actions of these states towards Israel. So that was the statement of Israel closing their embassy in Ireland. Slightly strange because Ireland wasn't alone amongst European nations in recognizing the Palestinian state.
No, they were not. Hold on, there's a few good clips in here. I just want to go to... showing the responses of some Irish MPs. And
Ireland's Taoiseach, Simon Harris, had this theory.
I'd respectfully suggest that possibly because it works as a distraction. You're all here today asking me about Ireland's position. What about Israel's actions? What about what Netanyahu is doing to the innocent children of Gaza? This is the diplomacy of distraction. And I think it is deeply regrettable that they took that decision. They have every right to take that decision to close the embassy. I'd rather it didn't happen. We will continue to engage diplomatically. But nobody's going to silence Ireland. I believe in freedom of speech and people are entitled to articulate their views, but they're not entitled to have an alternative set of facts. What's happening in the Middle East, what's happening in Gaza is extraordinarily serious. I mean, Ireland's position has been clear on this from day one. We want to see the release of all hostages, absolutely. We condemned the horrific terrorist attack.
Yeah. It does feel, though, like they want an alternate set of facts. That's where it feels. That feels like where we're at right now.
By Hamas on Israel, 100%, absolutely a horrific terrorist attack. But we also know that there are innocent children who are dying, who are being maimed, who are suffering in a way that I'm not sure the whole world can yet even fully comprehend until we see and get into Gaza.
Now, those comments from Harris led to this pretty extraordinary statement from Israel's foreign minister, who said this. So he said, Ireland is one of the only countries in Europe that has not adopted the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. They will also hesitate to promote steps to combat anti-Semitism within Ireland. On the contrary, they love it. The word Zionism...
They love anti-Semitism. Harsh. Now they had on a a guy who we've actually seen some videos of in the past. He's a YouTube comedian.
They're kind of responsible for all that's wrong in Ireland, to be quite frank. But on this one issue, I think he's been great. Simon Harris has been really clear. He used the term despicable for what the Netanyahu government is doing. And I think he showed a little bit of teeth, which was the right thing to do under the circumstances that are happening right now. I think the backlash is mostly the Zionist bots and the army of bots online. I think myself, I oscillate between believing that there are people who actually consider Ireland to be anti-Semitic because we're tough on the genocidal policies of the Netanyahu government, that they actually believe that because they've swallowed so much propaganda. And then I think there's also people who are just literally being cynical about it and using it as a ploy. And of course, that's true across the board. But I just wondered for a long time, is this something that people would actually consider to be possible, that the reason that Ireland, along with the UN, along with, you know, human rights groups across the board, including human rights groups in Israel, are all simply anti-Semitic, as opposed that we're all outraged, appalled at the behavior of this government, which is doing literally whatever it wants, killing men, women, and children, and daily. So I think it's a form of distraction more than anything else, and I'm actually kind of proud.
Yeah, I do think that's what it is, and it's just because the truth is too inconvenient, right? For Israel to be committing genocide, right? Because this creation was essentially predicated upon a previous genocide. So this sort of thing really just creates an even larger hypocrisy than already there was, starting from the Nakba 1948. And, you know, the beginning of the true ethnic cleansing going on in this region. His head is incredible. Yeah, you're right. Tad's head is quite smooth. I wonder what sort of grooming products he's using. All right, now let's go and talk about this. This is pretty recent news. If you haven't heard, a bomb went off inside of Russia in Moscow. At least I believe it was in Moscow. I'm like 95% positive. There was at least a bombing which killed a Russian general, a high-ranking one at that, and has caused a huge sort of, what do you want to call it? Uproar, I guess. Certainly, it's being talked about quite a lot. If I can just
Is this having any impact on Irish politics?
And Israel.
There we go. Let's go here. CBC News. This is from yesterday.
From here, because this is literally showing the moment 2 people die. But going back, the blackened brickwork, the body bags, everything matches up. And Russia's state news agencies would report the force of the explosion was equivalent to about 300 grams of TNT. Now, I don't know if that sounds like a lot or little to you, but it's certainly enough to be fatal. The UN actually has a blast damage estimation tool. And if we check the blast radius of TNT and we input 300 grams, which is 0.3 kilograms, click calculate, we can see that the fatal distance, what we get back here, 1.5 meters. And going back to the exact moment before the bomb goes off, we can see the man we believe to be Kirilov is not much farther away from the scooter than that. And what this tool doesn't take into account is the impact of shrapnel, which in many cases can be more dangerous than the blast itself. And that this was an explosion designed to kill, that information came out very quickly.
The Security Service of Ukraine, the SBU, has claimed responsibility.
The assassination of Igor Kirilov by Ukraine is important because he isn't just any Russian general.
He was a commander of all nuclear and biological chemical units in Russia. So he is one of the top echelon. He is amongst the Russian military elite. So the fact that they killed this person is a significant hit.
If Russia were to use chemical weapons on the battlefield in Ukraine, Kirilov is ultimately the man who could authorize them. And he is accused of doing just that. In announcing sanctions against Russia this past spring, the United States determined Russia used the chemical weapon chloropicrin against...
Okay, so they get deep into all the war crimes this guy supposedly was behind, and talk about how high-ranking he was in Russia, the fact that he had nuclear codes, and essentially he was, you know, not the highest ranking general, but very much in the top echelon of generals in the Russian military. Now, Russia claimed that they had a suspect in custody very shortly after this bombing took place. This is from 9 hours ago right here. Now they claim this man was from Uzbekistan, which borders Russia, I believe, southwest. Not a lot of information given on this guy. Now this came out 10 hours ago, where Vladimir Putin was taking questions at this sort of... Sorry. He was taking questions at this very strange setup. As you can see, there's like a desk in the middle of this large amphitheater, I guess you might call it. Like all the press, like the world press, are here to talk to him. But there's also an interviewer, or like 2 interviewers here. I don't know, it's very strange. Alright, I promised the BBC, please. Yes, you promised to attack us. Well, I think they'd happily attack us, even without a promise. That's what they're paid for. Exactly 25 years ago, Boris Yeltsin resigned handed you power, and told you to take care of Russia. Some 25 years later, do you think you've taken care of Russia? Because looking in, what do we see? We see substantial losses in the so-called special military operation that you declared. You see Ukrainian soldiers in the Russian Kursk region. You criticized NATO expansion, but there is now more NATO countries on Russia's borders than there were before, Sweden and Finland. Sanctions, high inflation, demographic problems. Do you think you've taken care of your country? Yes, and I think I haven't just taken care of it, I think we've pulled back from the edge of the abyss. Because with everything that was happening to Russia before that, nothing was happening to Russia before that. We were heading towards a complete and total loss of our sovereignty. I think oftentimes when he says sovereignty, he means different things. In this particular case, I think he's talking about the fact that there were a number of formerly USSR states that were, cozying up to nations that weren't Russia. And for him, that's a loss of his sovereignty because he believes that all of those former USSR states are actually Russia. He's as much as said it on multiple occasions, even though they're sovereign countries themselves. Let me draw your attention to what you said about Boris Yeltsin. Everything was okay. They patronizingly patted him on the shoulder. They turned a blind eye when he drank. He was welcoming all the Westerns. That's it. That's what it was. Boris Yeltsin, he was just such a drunk. He gave away Russia to the West. Stupid Yeltsin. Okay. Now let's go to the Middle East. Talk about stuff that's been going on there. And things have been pretty weird in the Middle East for quite a while. You're somehow unaware. It's just been getting weirder and weirder. And now Israel is dealing with more and more accusations. And they just seem to keep piling up. It's not going super good for them. Let's start talking about this here with the Associated Press. From a day ago, U.S. State Department made loopholes for Israel amid Gaza war, according to a new lawsuit. No way. Israel made loopholes for America made loopholes for Israel, you don't say. That's impossible. 50 likes. So many likes.
Today we're announcing a new lawsuit that is being filed by 5 Palestinian and Palestinian American plaintiffs against the State Department. And this lawsuit is very simple. It's a lawsuit where our plaintiffs are telling the US government, obey the law. It's a very simple ask. We're just asking the US government to stop sending US weapons to abusive Israeli units who have been using these weapons to kill Palestinians.
Illegal. The State Department has not shown any willingness to apply the Lehey Law to Israel. It has not shown any inclination at all to find Israeli units that have committed gross violations of human rights ineligible and tell Israel to prohibit them. What the Lehey...
Yeah, well, I'm not going to let Blaha get carried away here because he also went on to Democracy Now! Yesterday. By the way, that's a great last name. Blaha.
This
Come
news
on.
is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
5 Palestinian families have sued the U.S. State Department for violating U.S. federal law by continuing to fund Israeli military units despite their role in gross human rights abuses in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. The lawsuit cites the Lehey Law, named after former Vermont Democratic Senator Patrick Leahy. The lawsuit says, quote, "The State Department's calculated failure to apply the Lehey Law is particularly shocking in the face of the unprecedented escalation since the Gaza war erupted on October 7, 2023, unquote. The lawsuit is supported by Dawn, the DC-based nonprofit that campaigns for democracy.
Why can't we do YouTube memberships yet? I have no idea why we can't do YouTube. I've been wondering this for a month and a half. No idea.
Human rights in the
I have no
Arab
answers.
world. This is a short clip from a video they produced about the lawsuit.
For almost 30 years, the Lehey Law has prohibited the United States from funding foreign security forces that violate human rights. Yet for decades, the United States has consistently ignored persistent and widespread abuses by the security forces of one country, Israel, and refused to block aid to any of its military units. Now Dawn is taking action. We are filing a lawsuit against the State Department to force it to finally enforce the Lehey Law and end military aid to abusive units of the Israeli Defense Forces. This lawsuit isn't just about ending the Israeli exception from enforcing U.S. laws, but preserving the broader principles of accountability, human rights, and the rule of law. We hope our lawsuit will force a long overdue reckoning for Israeli impunity, but also crack down on U.S. foreign policies arming abusive regimes around the globe, in violation of our nation's own law.
Yeah, it's inconvenient when we, have our own laws that say we're doing crimes against ourselves. It's not great. But of course, we don't have to pay attention to those, at least according to people like Anthony Blinken and others at the State Department. Who else? Oh, hey, thank you for the super sticker there. So Alive, that's a triumphant looking citrus fruit.
And principles. This lawsuit also reflects the immense human cost of America's failure to enforce its own laws, continuing to provide Israel with over $20 billion in weapons to terrorize Palestinians in Gaza, where it has killed over 45,000 people, the vast majority women and children.
That video from the DC-based nonprofit Dawn that campaigns for democracy and human rights in the Arab world. We're joined now by 2 guests. Charles Blaha, a senior advisor to Dawn. He retired from the State Department last year after over 30 years of service. From 2016 until his retirement, he served as director of the Office of Security and Human Rights, which is responsible for implementing the Lehey Law worldwide. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. And from Philadelphia, we're joined by the Palestinian-American writer Ahmed Moore. Born in Gaza, Moore is one of the plaintiffs in the lawsuit, an advisory board member of the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Let's begin with Charles Blaha. You work for the State Department, the agency that you are now suing, for over 30 years. Can you explain more fully the Lehey Law and what you're charging in this lawsuit?
Sure, and thanks for having me. The Lehey Law, as you said, prohibits United States assistance to security force units that have committed gross violations of human rights. It's actually very surgical, and it prohibits U.S. assistance to the specific units that have.
Google says that you have to earn, I have to turn the earn settings and enable memberships. Well, tell Google to stop lying to you and to me, and vicariously through you to the rest of chat, because that's a lie. I can't do it. I don't have the option.
The violations. The State Department has for years in its own human rights reports, including the 2023 reports for Israel and for Gaza and the West Bank, set forth gross violations of human rights by Israeli security forces. Things like torture, extrajudicial killings, like the killing of Ayşenur Ezgi Egi that you mentioned at the top. It deprived people of their liberty without due process, rape under color of law, enforced disappearances. These are allegations and credible reports set forth in the State Department's own human rights reports, and they go back years. Despite all that, the State Department has never once held any Israeli unit ineligible for assistance under the Lehey Law.
Jesus Christ.
The lawsuit, which is by the plaintiffs, is designed to try to compel the State Department to obey the law. So, in 3 words, what this lawsuit is about is the State Department must obey the law.
Well, Charles Blaha, what has happened to these reports once the department, once they've been issued to the higher ups in the State Department?
Well, that's a good question, because usually the determinations about whether a unit is eligible or not are not made at the higher levels of the State Department. They're made by experts. They're made by action officers who are versed in the Lehey Law, who know the security forces in question, and who know the facts in question. And
yeah, but why would you want experts to tell you things? Experts always getting in the way with their facts and their figures and their evidence. It's easier to just make broad, sweeping decisions based upon ideological grounds rather than reality.
I don't want reality.
All right, now let's talk about. We're probably going to talk about this one again tomorrow, but I just can't. We can't watch this whole thing all at once. It's just very frustrating and depressing. And it's the holidays. Come on, we gotta try and stay happy here. Not that it's gonna be easy. It's gonna be tough. It'll be very tough actually. This final half today. Be a pretty arduous final half. Let's go here. Guardian news from a day ago showing a new report revealing Israel's use of U.S. weapons that killed journalists in Lebanon. Yep. Yep. Speaking of the Lehey Law, U.S. weapons being used for war crimes, not just in Palestine, also in Lebanon. Probably Syria, too. Let's go back and talk about Palestine some more. But let's talk a little bit about social media. And how they have been essentially suppressing voices, Palestinian ones, on the ground.
In times of conflict, access to reliable news is vital, and today, many turn to social media as their primary source of information. On platforms like Facebook and Instagram, how people engage with content, so comments, likes, shares, reactions, can increase visibility and shape public opinion. But for the last year, Palestinian journalists have raised concerns that their posts are being suppressed.
المحتوى الفلسطيني عليه رقابة خاصة اللي بيطلع من قطاع غزة.
And according to our research, something has happened. In the first comprehensive data analysis by territory since the start of the war in Gaza, we analysed more than 100,000 Facebook posts by different Palestinian news organisations. This bar represents the average engagement per post in the lead up to the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. As you can see, it fluctuates, but it's steady. And then
Hamas's attack and Israel's subsequent and ongoing war in Gaza, with high civilian casualties, became one of the biggest talking points in the world.
But look what happens to the engagement on those same Facebook pages. It nosedives. In fact, since that date, there's been a 77% drop.
And that makes
in
no
average
sense.
engagement.
I mean, like, the rest of this honestly doesn't matter. Because this right here sums it up perfectly. Because the fact is, this is just think about it. This is completely antithetical to what you would expect in this moment, right? October 7th happens. And so, increased interest in the region happens suddenly, right? I don't have to tell you, after October 7th, it was one of the only things online. I mean, not the only things, but I'm sure everybody here is well aware of just how much people were talking about this. And so for there to be a downtrend in Palestinian pages makes literally no sense at all. It's the opposite. Is the opposite of what you would expect. You would expect there to be a drastic increase in views on Palestinian pages. And there's really no other explanation for it. Now, of course, they go through the data and explain it, and it checks out. It makes sense. I just don't think you even need it. Because there's just no good explanation for why there would be less traffic on Palestinian pages after October 7th when everybody has their eyes focused on Palestine for the first time in years. Don't make no sense. Alright, let's go here now to AP Archive. This was from earlier this week, showing another protest of the ongoing protests that have been happening in Israel, asking for a ceasefire, for the hostages back.
כדי שנוכל לחיות פה, אנחנו חייבים לוודא שיחתם כבר הסכם להצלת חיים.
It is unthinkable that political considerations are preventing us from reuniting with our loved ones.
Okay. Well, here we go. 6 hours ago, Associated Press. Guess what, people? Guess what? Ceasefire. Ceasefire now? No. No, there's no way ceasefire's ever gonna come, I'm sure. Associated Press wants to tell me that Israel and Hamas are close to a ceasefire deal. I call bullshit.
Israel and Hamas are closing in on
call
an agreement
bluff.
to end more than 14 months of war. But so far, the sides remain unable to seal the deal. The emerging agreement would take place in phases, beginning with an exchange of some of the dozens of hostages held by Hamas in return for Palestinian prisoners held by Israel. People familiar with the negotiations say the sides are still haggling over the names and numbers of people who would be included in this first phase. There are also disagreements over where exactly Israeli troops will be stationed once the ceasefire takes effect.
Oh, yeah, no
and
kidding.
How many of the hundreds of thousands of displaced Palestinians will be allowed to return to their homes. In the meantime, the war in Gaza continues to be a source of instability across the Middle East. Early Thursday, Israeli warplanes struck Houthi rebel targets in Yemen as the rebel group fired another long-range missile into Israel. The missile was intercepted, but its warhead struck an Israeli school, causing heavy damage to the building. The Israeli airstrikes, meanwhile, targeted Houthi oil and port installations and killed at least 9 people.
So, yeah, Israel continues fighting all of its neighbors, including people who aren't actually direct neighbors, like Yemen's Houthis. Apparently, according to the AP, they're getting very close to a ceasefire deal with Hamas. A ceasefire deal that we've been waiting for now a full year plus. I mean, we've been hearing all sorts of different things about supposed ceasefires now for so long. At this point, I have zero faith in there ever being a ceasefire. Of course, at some point it'll have to happen. But at this point, I just have so little faith in the process, the diplomatic process that's supposed to be going on. The missile force of the Yemeni armed forces carry out a specific military operation targeting 2 specific and sensitive military targets of the Israeli enemy. in the area of occupied Jaffa with 2 hypersonic ballistic missiles of the Palestine II type. The operation has successfully achieved its objectives, thank God. The operation was carried out simultaneously with the Israeli aggression on civilian facilities in the capital Sana'a and the governorate of Hodeidah, including power stations. And our response came within the natural and legitimate response. Is it just me, or does the Houthi spokesman refuse to take breaths at, like, reasonable spots in his in his announcements? I've heard a lot. I've heard this guy talk a bunch now, and I swear to God, I feel like he's always aiming to say the entire sentence without taking a breath. And I'm just like, dude, breathe. Just take a breath. It's okay. You don't have to say it all in one. It's fine. No one's gonna judge you. But, you know, the fighting between Yemen, and, well, not Yemen, but the Houthis and Israel continue. Of course, you know, the Houthis have been pretty focused on military targets up to this point, although there was at least one that was targeting a more civilian area, technically. But Israel's, of course, not been all that concerned with whether or not the strikes in Yemen have been focused only on military targets, even though they claim it's only been military targets. Point is we need to just stop all the fighting, end the warring, get people aid who are dying. You know, find a way to move forward before we literally destroy ourselves. Because the fact is, if we just keep warring long enough and, you know, don't focus on the right stuff amidst it, right? Because we're warring, well, we're fucked anyway. Even if we don't literally blow ourselves up. I'm talking about the collapse of the AMOC, stuff like that. You know, should be taking precedence right now. Why is this still in here? We talked about this 4 days ago. We're skipping this one. If you haven't heard, we're skipping this one. I think we talked about this on the last stream. But if you didn't hear, Israel took over multiple villages in southern Syria recently. About 4 days ago. Even though they claim they want peace with Syria. It's not usually what you say when you're invading another country. But, you know, Israel does weird stuff. Alright, now let's go here, see what Matthew Miller had to say about the path forward in Syria. I'm sure he's got great plans.
Yeah, very quickly on Syria, and then I'll go to the Palestinian issue. The Wall Street Journal reported today that U.S. officials fear that Turkish military buildup signals a preparation for a Syrian incursion. Are you concerned that this may be the case?
So I think I answered that question in response to either Sean or Jenny. I can answer. I'm happy to answer it again, right. But it's not going to be a different answer. Right. We continue to have concerns about tensions in northern Syria, and we continue to work, as I was just outlining in my answer to the previous questions, to try and de-escalate tensions and find a path forward that does not further destabilize Syria.
Okay, so
does that include the invasion of the 3? I wish I was on the ground right now to ask him these questions. I wonder if that process includes, like, he's like he wants Israel to, you know, do everything that they can, our biggest partners in the Middle East, to avoid any deterioration on the ground in Syria. My sense of things, when you invade a country, whether it be on the ground or by launching missiles, that's usually going to deteriorate some things.
Questions to try and de-escalate tensions and find a path forward that does not further destabilize Syria.
Okay, so I mean, are you talking to the Turks about not doing this? I mean, these appear to be imminent.
Saeed, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but a little deja vu.
No,
you are a little bit disrespectful, Matt.
I literally answered that last exact question maybe 5 minutes ago.
You're kind of a shit person, not gonna lie.
What's that?
You don't feel this is imminent? Turkish incursion.
I'm not going to speak to what may or may not happen. I will tell you that on behalf that for the United States part in this, we continue to talk to the government of Turkey, and we continue to talk to others in the region about a path forward that de-escalates tensions, not one that escalates them.
Okay, let me move to Gaza.
So glad we have Matt
There's, the
to talk about these things.
Optimism. Some officials saying that about the talks, about the ceasefire talks. Can you share with us any update?
I'm not going to get into any substantive updates. I think cautious optimism is a fair way to characterize it, though very much tempered by
cautiously
realism,
optimistic.
tempered by
Oh, at least we got some realism there too. I love this statement from him. Cautious optimism, but with a healthy dose of realism. Yeah, cautiously optimistic because we know that our biggest partner in the region is actively invading the country and bombing it. And realistic because not only is Israel doing that, Turkey's also making some interesting inroads. And we are still technically in the country. So it's all very, very up in the air.
the realism of the past several months, where we have been close before, where you have heard us describe this as being inside the 10-yard line, but then finding those last 10 yards are the most difficult because for various reasons the two parties have not agreed to a final
Sports
deal.
analogies.
So here's what I'll say about it.
Yeah.
We continue to engage with the mediators. The mediators continue to engage with Hamas and with Israel.
Okay.
Based on the remaining issues, we should be able to get to an agreement. We should be able to bridge the disagreements between the two parties. But that is not to say that we will. Because again, there have been times before where we were close and we thought the differences were bridgeable. And
I love how Matt can talk about a two-party situations when there are no two-party situations in this entire the entire region right now. It's just it's a multifaceted situation. There is no it's insane to speak like that at this point.
We didn't get a deal. As you've heard me say before, all the United States can do is push and try to come up with compromises, but we cannot dictate to either side what choice they have to make.
We can't.
Decisions for themselves.
All right, well, the Israeli press.
That's bullshit. We absolutely can at least dictate to Israel because we have leverage. Right? We've had leverage the entire time. We could have said, you do this or no more weapons, bad Israel.
Israel Hayom, in particular, reported that, attributed to some Arab officials saying that Hamas has basically agreed to all whatever terms that are in the deal or in the negotiated deal. So if that is the case,
it's
there
not.
should be no.
Before we get to the end of the.
They haven't agreed. I see.
That's not the case.
Not the case. Okay.
Not the case.
That is not
okay.
the case.
Okay.
So, all right. But it's the Israeli press, so I'm not.
Yeah, just the Israeli press saying that they agreed.
If such a deal goes through, it will be like a temporary ceasefire, correct? It will not be a permanent ceasefire.
I think you will understand my disinclination to opine on the details of an agreement that has not yet been reached. Should we get an agreement, it'll be public for everyone to see, but I'm not going to talk about what the details are before we get to any such deal.
Okay, the fact that
Matthew Miller has been completely disinclined from giving us any important information for the last year and a half. And he's one of the most annoying individuals we have to listen to on a regular basis. Truly is. Alright, now let's go here in Syria, where international prosecutors are visiting years-old sites of mass graves in the country. This is a pretty disturbing discussion. Not that it's that much more disturbing than the rest of what we're talking about.
We've documented this crime occurred. We documented from satellite imagery and from witness testimony that the bodies were buried in trenches here at this particular cemetery. But to see it now, one, I think, gives us great reassurance and really corroborates what we know about the machinery of death that was maintained and operated by the Assad regime, certainly throughout the period of the uprising since 2011. it's understandable that the desperate family members, will try to go to a site hoping that they find some sign of their relative, some information. That's of course also what's happening at some of the documentation centers, and though that's understandable, it can be damaging to an investigation.
Yeah, this is pretty fucking horrifying. But this is kind of what we've been talking about without talking about it too much, because it's kind of depressing and pessimistic. But I did mention it earlier. Well, how long has it been since the government even fell? I think it must have been like last week around this time, where I was talking about how there was many people missing. People were looking for underground prisons, but finding nothing, and that it was sort of my contention or my assertion that they were most likely not going to find another underground prison, and instead they were probably going to find mass graves. Alright, let's stay talking about Syria. This is our last story in Syria. Before we move on to a few Asian stories, might be slightly less depressing, I guess. Well, let's wrap it up here. BBC News did a interview with the leader Al-Jablani. Is that right? Al-Jablani? I think it's Al-Jablani. I can't remember his name now. I'm fucking up. I'm getting tired.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But they, just like CNN, managed to get him on for an interview. Let's see what was said here and what he has planned for Syria.
The head of the most powerful group in the rebel alliance, now in control in Syria, has told the BBC the country is exhausted by war and isn't a threat to its neighbors or the West. Ahmed al-Sharaa led the lightning offensive that toppled President Bashar al-Assad less than 2 weeks ago. He's the leader of the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, group of rebels. In recent days, he's been trying to allay fears a new government might restrict the rights of women. And he says the group is no longer linked to al-Qaeda. Many Syrians, however, are skeptical. Well, Ahmed al-Sharaa has been speaking to Jeremy Bowen, who's live for us tonight in Damascus. Jeremy.
Thanks very much, Clive. Well, Ahmed al-Sharaa has a long history as a jihadist fighter and, in fact, as a senior leader going back to the insurgency against the Americans in Iraq 20-odd years ago. So he has form. He says he has changed, breaking with al-Qaeda in 2016, and he presents his organization as an Islamist group, but nationalist and tolerant of Syria's other sects.
Okay, yeah, let's get to that interview. Where is it? There we go. Damn, looks like they cleaned up the palace.
The leader of Syria, Ahmed al-Sharaa, chose to do the interview in the presidential palace built by the Assads. He told me he wasn't surprised that the old...
I'm actually shocked at how nice it looks.
Syrians,
The last time we looked at this place, you remember? It was just, the whole place was like... It was completely fucked up. Just stuff all over the ground, shit ripped off the walls. It looks almost brand new again.
That the old regime collapsed so quickly. Syrians, he said, needed to keep calm to tackle all the problems they face. You've made a lot of promises. You said that you'll respect the mosaic of different sectarian groups here in Syria, minorities as well. Are you going to keep those promises?
The Syrian population has lived together for thousands of years. We're going to discuss all of it. We're going to have dialogue and make sure everyone is represented. The old regime always played on sectarian divisions, but we won't. We were welcomed in all the big cities by all the sects. I think the revolution can contain everybody.
So this isn't going to be some kind of a caliphate, or you're not going to make Syria into a country like Afghanistan, because you know that there are people who say that maybe you want to behave like the Taliban.
There are many differences between Syria and the Taliban. The way we govern is different. Afghanistan is a tribal community. Syria is completely different. The people just don't think in the same way. The Syrian government and the ruling system will be in line with Syria's history and culture.
So the culture of Syria includes rights for women, it includes education for women, it includes tolerance for people drinking alcohol. Is that all acceptable to you?
When it comes to women's education, of course. We've had universities in Idlib for more than 8 years. I think the percentage of women in universities is more than 60%.
And alcohol?
There are many things I just don't have the right to talk about because they are legal issues. There will be a Syrian committee of legal experts to write a constitution. They will decide, and any ruler or president will have to follow the law.
Let's talk about...
Was a very political answer he just gave. I'm not sure what to glean from it, honestly. Because that's really how it struck me from the beginning of it, really, is that it was sort of a political answer, and that, you know, hard to say what will lead, that will all lead to in the future. Who knows what this future Syrian constitutional court will write up for a future Syrian constitution, for a future Syrian government. I'm going to continue to remain, what's the word? What's the phrase? Like cautiously optimistic on the whole thing until I am proven wrong. Mostly because there's so few things to be optimistic about in the Middle East right now, but also just because I would like to have something to be optimistic about. Okay, let me have this. Okay, let's just for now. Okay, the fact is I'm pretty sure it's going to be better than whatever Bashar al-Assad was doing. But that's also maybe a bold statement too. But cautiously optimistic is where I'm landing right now. And, you know, until I'm proven wrong, I do think that it's probably for the best that this situation has come to this place, considering what we've seen unveiled in the aftermath of all of this. You don't buy the rebranding of this guy? Well, that's fair. I don't blame people for being skeptical on it. I mean, that's why I'm not willing to fully jump on board with all of this, but because, yeah, I think there's a lot of questions around what this future is going to look like, what, you know, whether or not this is all going to turn out in a good way for Syrians in general. I don't know, but there's been a lot of optimism, and I see a lot of optimistic Syrian people, and that's, I think, one of the main reasons why I'm reserving this small amount of optimism here for myself. Now let's go here to Democracy Now!, to South Korea, and talk about the events that have been unfolding there with relation to their democracy.
Support our work at democracynow.org.
With relation to the impeachment vote, which happened in the South Korean Congress earlier I think it was last week, right? I think it was last Friday that it happened, right? And is now being looked over by Constitutional Court in South Korea to determine the veracity of the impeachment claims, as they are essentially the final arbiters and really the ones with, at least my understanding of the political system in South Korea, they are essentially the ones with the final say and the power to actually remove the president now that the impeachment vote has been handed down from Congress.
/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
Well, South Korea's parliament has impeached President Yoon Suk Yeol over his short-lived attempt to declare martial law. An earlier vote had failed after members of Yoon's ruling party boycotted the vote, but this time at least 12 members of his party backed impeachment.
투표 결과를 말씀드리겠습니다.
Let me announce the results of the vote. The impeachment motion of President Yoon Suk Yeol was passed with 204 votes out of 300 total votes. 85 reject and 3 are invalid.
Yoon Suk Yeol remains in office, but his presidential powers have been suspended. His future now rests in the hands of the South Korean Constitutional Court, which will decide whether he should be removed as president. The court will hold its first public hearing December 27th. We go now to Seoul, where we're joined by Dae Han Song, head of the networking team of the International Strategy Center, also part of the No Cold War Collective. Can you talk about these latest developments over the weekend?
Sure. This Saturday, basically, there was a vote again in the National Assembly. It hadn't passed the previous Saturday. And in this instance, as you mentioned, 12 of the ruling party members flipped to the side of voting for the impeachment. And I think one of the key moments this week was that Yoon had made a speech in which he basically said, I was completely justified in declaring martial law, and I'm going to fight this to the end, right? Before, the ruling party had been kind of selling this notion of a kind of like an orderly resignation, but basically the speech kind of completely dispelled the possibility of that. And of course, that switched to flipping. It flipped the key number of his own party members to vote in favor of the impeachment motion. And this also just brought a lot of people this Saturday. If there were like 1 million people the previous Saturday, there were definitely over 1 million people. I myself was there about a half mile from the main stage. And even there, it was completely packed, right? And of course, we had people from, I think the speech just even brought even more people of all ages, anything from older people, middle-aged people, all the way to just like young people with K-pop light sticks that had come. So yeah, it's very interesting. I was out in talking to some activists and organizers, and one person had mentioned that a lot of people think that this is kind of the understanding of how Yoon could be this way. And people say, oh, Yoon is addicted to alcohol, he's addicted to power, and he's addicted to YouTube, right? And then the question is, addicted to YouTube? Well, I think the idea is that he is not watching the media. It just speaks to how out of touch he is with what people are thinking, and that he's mostly, the idea is that he's focused mostly on the right-wing, ultra right-wing media and all that stuff that is feeding a lot of his different talking points, right? So I think that's just to show that how.
Yeah, and these aren't the only things that he's been criticized for. Corruption. I mean, the calling of martial law in itself was hugely problematic to a large swath of Koreans due to the, their history of military rule in the country not being that far off at all. There's been accusations of bribery, his wife being given or receiving gifts of pretty high dollar value.
How touch he is and how his speech reflected that.
Well, what happens next? The vote has to now be reviewed by the Constitutional Court, but there's a problem in terms of the composition of the court. Could you talk about that as well?
Sure. Right now, basically by the Constitution, there has to be a quorum of 7 justices in the Constitutional Court, and then 6 have to vote for it. Right now, there are only 6 judges, 6 justices. And so 3 of them have to be basically elected, or the candidates have to be put forth by the National Assembly, and they have to be approved by the president, which in this case would be the prime minister. A lot of this is procedural. A lot of this stuff has to happen, right? The Constitutional Court They have to have the number of justices necessary, and also they have to vote to confirm the impeachment. And in some regards, people are assuming that this will happen. But of course, people still need to be on guard, and there still needs to be a lot of eyes from around the world keeping pressure on to make sure that.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're trying to keep our eyes focused on this as much as we can. And it does seem like, though, that the Korean people do have things to some degree under control, not 100%, but in terms of their activity in this, their willingness to get out there, be activated, be going to these protests is, you know, it's not, you just don't see this quite a level of participation in places like the United States, I feel like, enough. Oh, that was our second to last story. My bad, chat. Great job, everybody. Getting so far. Let's go to this now to wrap up the evening. Associated Press from 2 days ago. China builds massive underground detector to study neutrinos.
Construction is nearing completion on a large underground detector that measures mysterious ghost particles called neutrinos.
Even though we've known about the existence of neutrinos for almost 100 years now, we've only done enough experiments to start learning about their properties in any detail right now.
Up to now is the least understood particle in our world. That's why we need to study it.
Neutrinos are so small they pass through nearly everything, making them hard to detect. Because this ghost-like property allows neutrinos to travel vast distances unhindered, they carry valuable information about where they came from, like the first instances of the Big Bang. But how do you detect these nearly undetectable particles?
The solution for how do we measure these neutrinos is to build very, very big detectors.
Not all neutrinos are the same, and the facility being built in China will help scientists understand what makes them different.
So we try to measure neutrino mass differences by using this detector to know that which neutrino is heavier, which one is lighter.
That will get scientists one step closer to pulling back the curtain on why neutrinos behave the way they do and unlocking the mysteries of the universe. China's detector is housed about 2,300 feet underneath a granite hill. It will go online next year and will study the neutrinos produced from collisions inside nuclear reactors.
So it's a big sphere with some liquid scintillator inside, and they instrument the surface of the sphere with these photon detectors. And
Shit
what
is
makes
insane.
it special is that there's a lot of these photons. They cover the entire sphere in a way that we have not done before in any kind of experiment.
2 similar detectors are being built in Japan and the United States, which are set to go online around 2027.
It's a multi-billion-dollar machine. This thing is insane. My God. Well, hopefully we get the data we need from all of this energy and resources being expended on this project. Yoon wanted to restart the Korean War. Yeah. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Been getting too many vibes over there in Asia right now. Not a fan. We better have a holiday stream or you swear to God. You swear to God what exactly? And what does that even mean? Holiday stream? On particular, what day are you talking about? Talking about like on Christmas Day holiday stream? On Hanukkah, on Kwanzaa, on New Year's Eve? I mean, what exactly do you mean by that holiday stream? I need more specificity. Well, we got through another stream. It was difficult and quite lengthy. But thankfully, we had each other to get through it. But that's going to be it for me tonight. So I'll see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Well, this is the wrong set. Ah, there we are. Gabby, Gothdox, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Technopunk, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Decipher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mulwin Noah, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Megastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for a few US dollars a month. On Patreon. Why does Nightbot hate me so much? I don't understand.